too. Temperatures will be down a nudge compared to today, but still a little bit above average for the time of year. Into Sunday, and it is going to be a fresher day for all of us. There will be plenty of showers piling in across parts of Northern Ireland and particularly Scotland. Some heavy, some thundery, could be some hail mixed in. Further south and east across the bulk of England and Wales, it's actually looking like a largely dry day with some decent sunshine. More showers to come as we go through Monday and to Tuesday, but it is going to be noticeably fresher than it has been of late. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Join me, Camila Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camila Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
I'm Patrick Christys. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country.
That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christys tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Dubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQs live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQs live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Good morning to you. 6 o'clock, Saturday the 13th of April. Today, the Deputy Labour leader Angela Rayner promises to step down if she's found to have committed a criminal offence, something she's denied. Sir Keir Starmer says he's confident she hasn't broken any rules.
I'm satisfied with the answers that she has given repeatedly now on this. She will cooperate with the investigation as you would expect.
Washington deploys additional military assets to the Middle East over the threat of an Iranian strike that could come in the next 48 hours.
The state of California could make it legal for workers to ignore messages from their bosses after hours. So should we follow suit?
An 89-year-old care home resident makes her teenage dreams come true by getting her first tattoo. So we're asking, can you be too old to get inked?
Good morning. It's all eyes on the Grand National this afternoon. On the track, organisers insist there's still a small risk of fatalities to horses. Off it, security has been ramped up to fend off protesters. We'll be live from Aintree throughout the morning.
Marked contrasts in our weather across the UK today. Warm and bright for some, blustery and showery for others. I'll have the full details in the forecast coming up shortly.
Morning to you, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
I come bearing good news.
Oh, well, good. We need some of that in this world.
For the ladies out there watching.
Oh, yeah, tell me.
And some gentlemen as well. Possibly. Well, it could be good news for gentlemen, actually.
Oh.
There you go.
What is it?
High heels.
Yeah.
Are good for you.
Why?
This is in the Sun this morning. It gives you a good workout, and this is according to scientists, who says people who wear high heels to improve their looks, but actually it does more. It makes your ankles and calves tougher. It makes your leg muscles more powerful and more efficient. And it makes it easier. So if you wear high heels for 1,500 steps for 99 days, then you've got the benefits that last walking about in normal shoes for ages. And apparently it says men could benefit from wearing them too.
Yeah, you could.
But I always thought...
Have you ever worn high heels?
No, what do I wear high heels for?
Just for the fun.
I do like a boot, though. I like a cowboy boot.
Oh,
or a
do
boot,
you?
A boot with a big... Yeah. I mean, I have got a pair of cowboy boots.
And do they have a little heel on
They
them?
do have cowboy boots have got quite a big heel on.
Do they?
But the problem is, where can you wear them? I bought them when bootleg jeans were a thing.
Oh, right, yeah.
But obviously, we're just now that they've gone out of fashion.
So we need to take you to, like, a country music festival or
Yeah,
something.
oh, yeah, I'd love that. And a
Come to
cowboy
Taylor
hat.
Swift with me in the summer. You can wear them then.
Oh, yeah, all right, then.
Because I'm in the market for a pair of cowboy boots for that exact reason.
Oh, right.
But this story's great because I'm always in heels.
You are always in heels.
And when I have a long day in heels, it really hurts. If you've ever not worn heels, I'm telling you now, they're very painful. So that makes sense, because I'm doing a workout.
But I thought it damaged your feet.
Well, yes, if you wear them too small, you can get bunions and things.
Yeah, but I thought it just... I thought
I don't think it's great. The
art.
arch isn't very good, is it?
Yeah.
But it is definitely a workout. So the last time I had a very long day in heels was Ascot last year, and I wore them for the whole day, kind of 6 a.m. till 6 p.m, and I was in so much pain for days afterwards.
Yeah, see, I don't see how that can be
You're
good for you.
tottering around, aren't you, the whole time?
But this is the writing in the Journal of Applied Physiology, and Professor Sawicki saying habitually wearing high-heeled footwear structurally remodels leg muscles, tendons, and improves walking economy.
Well, I think that's a...
So there you go. So
I
if you
think
have
that
to
all
wear
makes
high heels,
sense.
it's not bad. You're doing yourself a favour. And so they recommend men wear them too, but I'm not getting a pair of stilettos.
Because you've got your cowboy boots,
If
which we're
cowboy
going to
boot-
get some use out of, don't panic. Also, you've really let the side down, I wanted to tell you this morning.
Oh, have I? Why?
Yes, because you've
Well.
had a big birthday this year. Sorry to tell everyone, but you've had a
That's
big
fine.
birthday this year.
Mm.
And where was your party?
Well,
and why
so-
wasn't I invited?
Well, I just had a little family do.
Well, exactly. You've let the side down. So posh Beckham, Victoria Beckham, she's turning the big 5-0.
Oh, right, yeah.
And she's saying one party isn't enough. You need 2 big ones.
Right.
And you only had a little soiree.
She can afford it, though, can she, presumably?
Sure you can.
Two big parties. I'm not a party person. I don't like a party.
No, you said yesterday, you said I'm too old for parties.
I don't like... Well, I've never liked parties. Even when I was a young man, I never liked parties. So it's just... I like to spend birthdays. I like to just spend with the family.
You prefer a small meal? An intimate meal?
We had 20 of us.
And you had a harpist. Very posh.
It's a harpist who played at our wedding.
Which was actually very romantic, I thought. Yeah, so, I feel like you've let the side down.
Oh, I do
would like you
apologise.
to have had a big party.
Right, OK. Well, if you'd like to organise one for me,
Yeah,
then...
maybe for the next big birthday.
Oh.
Maybe.
That'll be my retirement party.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go. Then you can have your 2 big parties. Done.
Right, OK.
Sorted. I'm glad we discussed that.
I'm glad I didn't let the side down. We want to hear from you this morning, whether you want to get those heels on or first thing in the morning, or whether you want to plan a huge party or anything else you want to talk about this morning. And there's a new way of getting in touch, isn't there?
Yes, there certainly is. So no more emails. Instead, we have a forum that you can talk to us on and also talk to each other. It's very lovely. gbnews.com/yoursay. Here's how you can get in touch.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family. Simply go to gbnews.com/yoursay.
And you've just logged in, haven't you? You're going to be across it.
I'm just logging in now. People talking about tattoos already. Malcolm likes our colour selection. Anton Deck.
You can do your own name.
Come on. It says, I have too much self-respect to get a tattoo, so if you can be too old to get a tattoo. And lots coming through about Angela Rayner as well, which is interesting because that's our main story this morning.
Certainly is, yes. Angela Rayner says she'll step down if it's determined that she committed a criminal offence over her tax affairs. It's all over the sale of her council house in Stockport a decade ago. Questions have been asked about whether she paid the right amount of tax and if it was, at the time, her main home.
Well, in a statement, she said the questions raised relate to a time before she was an MP and she has taken expert tax and legal advice. Well, Sir Keir Starmer says Labour welcomes the investigation.
We welcome this investigation because it will allow a line to be drawn in relation to this matter. I am fully confident that Angela Rayner has not broken the rules. She will cooperate with the investigation as you would expect, and it's really a matter for the police.
Joining us now is political author Owen Bennett. Good to see you this morning, Owen. And this is just something that is not going away for the Labour Party.
Exactly, and the thing is, it could have gone away, right? If Angela Rayner was so confident she'd done nothing wrong and had this watertight legal advice, she'd have published this on day one, then it would have gone away. It would have been a non-story. I mean, I know she was saying, I'll show you yours if you show me mine to members of the government in terms of their legal advice, but why not do that? Why not say, here's mine? Now, come on, I've called you guys out. The fact that she hasn't done this has allowed this to rumble and rumble and rumble. And when something rumbles on, what you generally get is you get people who aren't even that into politics start hearing about it. And what you get is the kind of a tone is set, an image is set, and then it sort of becomes, regardless of almost whether you did anything wrong or not, there becomes this notion that you at least tried to do something wrong, or you were deceptive, or you weren't anything other than completely honest. And I think that's a problem for someone like Angela Rayner, who has been used by the Labour Party because of her background as a kind of authentic voice of the working class, to attack particularly Boris Johnson over Partygate and matters of that ilk. So I think this is a huge problem for not just the substance of what's happened, but also the way it's been handled by the Labour Party.
Well, yes, I think a lot of people would agree with you on that. However, the fact she's come out and said, if it's found that I've done anything wrong, well, in a criminal sense, we have to clarify, I will go, which would imply, at least, that she's got a lot of confidence that she really hasn't done anything wrong.
Yes, and you just heard the clip there from Keir Starmer. He was pretty robust, wasn't he, saying he's very confident she's done nothing wrong. I don't think people would be coming out and saying that if they weren't absolutely sure. there's sort of two issues at play, isn't there? There's the capital gains tax issue, and then there's was she registered to vote at the wrong address? I think the second of those issues, I think due to the time that's passed, I'm not sure there'll be any action in that regard. The capital gains tax, it might be that they say that, she has to pay the money and she'll write the cheque and she'll say, look, I'm happy to do this because, this is the right thing to do. And then she'll point to, Tories or people who support the Tories who perhaps haven't paid their fair share of tax. But by putting it in such a term of if I've done anything wrong, I have to step down, I mean, you have to think that's some pretty watertight advice she's been given.
How do you think this is going down in Labour HQ? Because we hear there from Keir Starmer throwing his support behind Angela Rayner, but it did take him a number of hours to come out with that support yesterday. And meanwhile, you had London Mayor Labour Sadiq Khan coming out within minutes and talking about Angela Rayner as his best friend. Do you think that delay suggests that perhaps this isn't going down quite so well in Labour HQ and they are worried about this?
I'm sure Labour HQ are furious. You've got Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, who's made the centre point of Labour's economic plans going into the election about clamping down on people who, on tax loopholes. That's where she's trying to find the money that the Tories have sort of taken away from changing the rules around non-doms. So Labour are trying to fight this battle over how people should pay their taxes. And if you've got your deputy leader who there's questions around, then it makes it very, very difficult because every press conference is going to be, OK, well, I've had this conversation with the deputy leader about making sure the right tax is paid. We know that Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner are not bosom buddies. So maybe that's why Keir Starmer hasn't come out full throttle earlier on. But now he's come out and he's really nailed himself to this, he nailed his colours to the mast on this one, that he believes that she's done nothing wrong. He's very, very confident. Although I did notice in one of the interviews he said, I'm confident in the answers that Angela Rayner has given me, which does give him a slight little bit of wiggle room there. Just saying, look, if she has done what she's told me she's done, there's no problem. If she hasn't, then of course there is a problem.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's understandable to give himself a little bit of wiggle room on that. It begs the question, though, if this had been anyone else in the cabinet, the shadow cabinet, would they have been persuaded to step down, take a back seat or whatever? I mean, the issue with Angela Rayner is, they say they might not be bosom buddies, might not get along with her that well in a sense, but she's the one person he can't get rid of.
Yes, I mean, due to the rules around the Labour Party, she's not voted in as deputy leader. She has her own sort of backing in that regard. The relationship between Rayner and Starmer is very reminiscent of Blair and Prescott. You've had Tony Blair as seen as this lawyer, this figure who was perhaps not of the Labour movement instinctively. And then you had John Prescott there, who could be the voice of the North, of the working class, and that's very much the role that Angela Rayner fits. And it's a formula that has proved to work. You've got New Labour into power. So I think that Keir Starmer understands why he needs Angela Rayner there, because she can communicate in ways which perhaps other members of the shadow cabinet and Keir Starmer himself can't. So there is a thing about, there's a slight sort of Roy Keane element to this, that you love a person like this on your team, but every now and then you accept they're going to pick up a yellow card or two.
Oh, well, perhaps Keir Starmer should have come out with a Angela will be Angela line, which is what Tony Blair always said about John Prescott, isn't it? Well, John will be John, and accept it for that. So it's not going to wash with this, is it?
No. Well, it's not going anywhere, is it? Owen Bennett, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, Angela Rayner has said, I've repeatedly said, I would welcome the chance to sit down with the appropriate authorities, including the police and HMRC, to set out the facts and draw a line under this matter. I am completely confident I've followed the rules at all times. I've always said that integrity and accountability are important in politics. That's why it's important that this is urgently looked at independently and without political interference.
Now, Washington is deploying extra military assets near Israel amid reports that Iran is preparing to launch a missile attack in the next 48 hours.
Well, it comes after 2 Iranian generals were killed in an airstrike in Syria, an attack that Tehran has blamed on the Israeli Defense Force.
Well, Iran's supreme leader issued a chilling warning that Israel will be punished, as one of his advisers claimed that no Israeli embassies are safe.
Let's talk to Defence Editor at the Evening Standard, Robert Fox. Morning, Robert. Is this inevitable now?
I hate to use the word inevitable, but the temperature has gone up quite considerably over the past 10, 12, 14 hours, particularly as the news cycle was closing down in the evening in America. That it's interesting that just prior to that, Biden's team had been suggesting that there were back channels. They were talking to Iran and they'd asked them to delay, and there seemed to be even the Israeli commentary suggesting strategic patience, which means we're holding off for a bit. Then suddenly it has changed. We've heard that these assets, by the way, unspecified, the Americans are observing very tight operational secrecy. I suspect there's a further carrier group on the way, moving up into the Mediterranean. And by the way, Cyprus will be involved, because the thing they seem to be worried about now is, as you said in the introduction, a missile strike. But we haven't been having missile strikes. We've been having rocket. And there were lots of rockets from Hezbollah, the proxy, in South Lebanon into northern Israel. But then there was an ominous upgrade yesterday in that they're using these sophisticated drones that we've seen deployed in Ukraine by the Russians, Iranian, and they're getting better and better. There's a lot of improvement, which has taken Western observers by surprise, dropping bombs, small bombs, and must be an unspoken fear that the air defense system, very famous, one of the best, most effective in world arms, the Iron Dome, could be overwhelmed, could be swamped. And that's why America's made it absolutely clear that they're right behind Israel. The commander, Central Command, he's gone in and has said that he will direct operations if there are direct attacks.
What do you think a strike could look like? I mean, we're being told that it's going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. How would we know that? Why would we have such a specific time frame? And then what do you think those strikes would look like? Are we talking about military targets? Are we talking about civilian? We're
talking Israeli intelligence, which has been very specific. And the reason why, sorry to go back up again, why they killed Mohammed Zahedi, as well as the other commanders, but particularly he, and it's quite clear from the briefings from Israeli intelligence, from Shin Bet as well as Mossad, that he is thought to have been the man who said, yes, sorry, I'm holding up my thumb to Hamas, go ahead with the massacre of October the 7th. The Netanyahu coalition government is specifically blaming him. So it's going to be reciprocal. The supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, the Grand Ayatollah, has said it will be embassies. That is now looking less likely. The really nightmare scenario is a strike on an Israeli city. Then it will be war.
Well, yes. I mean, this is...
That's when the Americans will come in to defend Israel.
And at that point, is it just going to escalate? I mean, because this is the huge concern. I have to say, when I heard this, I just thought they're going to go for a big civilian strike, and then all hell breaks loose.
Well, the day before yesterday, as you know, we were the defence editors and correspondents were down at Porton Down, looking at the direct energy weapons, the latest Dragonfire. And we talked to Grant Shapps there, and he was absolutely on the record, and he was very clear. He said, I don't want to go on. He said, why Iran? He said, all roads in this lead to Tehran. That's a quote from him. And the other thing that he was very cool about and very calm about, he is very worried about miscalculation. And that's your problem, Stephen, that you realise that they're playing, we're jiggling around, as you say, massive rocket attacks, which they've been doing for a long time, so they've more or less had to empty out whole parts of northern Israel. Now we're getting explosive drones, missiles. You see, even Hamas doesn't use missiles. But if it's a big missile, and it probably wouldn't be launched from South Lebanon, could be launched from as far away as Iran itself, then we're in it. And that could be the strange game of brinkmanship going wrong. What concerns me is I think the military know what they're in for, and the military, even in Iran, know how far that they can go. I don't think that the Council of Supreme Guidance, I don't think that the as it were, Mullah power fully appreciates how dangerous it is.
OK. Robert, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I could talk to Robert all day.
It's
really
very
concerning. Yeah. Very interesting as well what Biden had to say, Joe Biden in the US. Don't was his message to Iran. Don't do it. I'm not sure if that's going to be strong enough rhetoric to stop.
It's very direct, though. You know, politicians are normally a bit more fluffy around the edges, aren't they? But on this, well, we'll have to hope and pray that it doesn't happen, actually.
Because it could be a much wider regional conflict, couldn't it?
Yeah. All right, it's 6:20. Let's have a look at some of the other stories heading into the newsroom this morning.
And Gatwick has been ranked Britain's worst airport for flight delays. Data from the Civil Aviation Authority shows departures were nearly 27 minutes behind schedule on average in 2023. Luton Airport had the second poorest record, with an average delay of almost 23 minutes. And in third place was Manchester Airport at almost 22 minutes.
Social media giant Meta under fire for lowering the minimum age for WhatsApp from 16 to 13. Campaigners say the move is tone-deaf and irresponsible. Meta says the change brings the app's age limit in line with most countries.
And Giorgio Armani has paid tribute to fellow Italian fashion designer and true artist Roberto Cavalli, who has died aged 83. Cavalli reportedly died at his home in Florence after a long illness. The fashion guru founded his company in 1975, quickly becoming known for his animal print designs.
What is it about these fashion designers?
Oh.
I mean, no offence, you know, if you're a fashion designer, they all have a certain look.
Oh, it's a great look.
Don't they? Have you seen Emily in Paris?
Yes.
And there's a fashion designer there, and they get it, they nail it absolutely right in how he looks, but they all look the same at that age. There's something...
yeah. I quite like it.
Slightly unusual, slightly eccentric.
Yeah, they're creatives. They are eccentric. They are creative types. You can spot creative a mile off, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Usually got big glasses and great hair.
Very trendy, and yes,
smart.
I'm definitely not a creative, as far as that goes.
Neither am I.
But anyway, there you go.
But I admire creatives.
Do you?
Yep.
Yeah.
I wish I was a bit more creative.
Do you?
Yep.
Oh
Well. Can't be everything.
No. Now, here's an interesting one for you. This will probably get you talking. The weather's getting warmer, of course, so it won't be long before we're in festival season.
Where are you going to get your cowboy boots out?
Oh, well, right to a festival. Beer tents, music and, as you would expect, huge queues for the toilet.
Always in the women's toilets as well. It's an age-old problem for women who invariably find they spend more time queuing for the loo than they do at the event itself. Enter two women from Bristol who have invented what they say is a revolution in female toilets.
Who better to send to check it out than our South West of England reporter, Jeff Moody.
Yes.
It's all right for us blokes. We can be in and out of the loos in a matter of seconds, but not so for women.
It's very frustrating having to queue, seeing men coming and going, and we have to wait to go in here. Also, there's the thing about men can just do it and not have to sit on anything or hover in an uncomfortable position.
Introducing Hazel and Amber. After spending too much of their lives in loo queues, they've invented a toilet that lets women spend a penny as quickly as you can say ladies urinal.
And so we were really propelled forwards by women saying this must happen. So we made prototypes, we gained investment, we manufactured the product in the UK, and then we actually launched in 2022 at Glastonbury. So that was like, we went to the most influential event, so it would trickle down to all the other events.
Trickling down is the key to the success of the girls' invention, but I'm not sure I'm the best one to explain all this. Let's ask a festival goer who is their #1 fan.
But recently I went to Glastonbury Festival a couple of years ago, and they had these new peak walls, I think they're called, and they're more of a cabin. They're very comfortable to be able to squat down, and they're just a much better setup. No paper cardboard bits that can go horribly wrong, and much less margin for error. It's really nice. It's in a big open space. So everyone's kind of chatting away about how brilliant this is, that we've got a new innovation to help us go to the toilet without getting dirty and queuing and everything. So, yeah, it is a really, really nice experience. I wish they had them more often. I've only ever seen them at Glastonbury Festival.
I really need to pee.
Long queue.
It's called
smelly
Pequal,
cubicles.
equal rights for people
Why
that
should
pee.
women wait?
And the girls think,
Our
with a
time is
change
just
of
as important as
mindset,
men's.
this could make them flush.
When's a girl
It's
gonna
almost
get a break?
driven by ease of use, because instead of going for a 30-minute toilet queue, you can use a Pequal and you're in and out. It's almost driven by convenience, is the word I was going for.
It's the word I'd go for too. This script writes itself.
We did actually just win the Best Toilet of the Year award, and it felt good.
right.
Dream come true for both of us.
Yeah, it is very funny. My parents do say, I never thought you'd be going into this full-time, Amber, but okay. But, you know, it isn't just a toilet. It is this whole movement.
Movements, though, are an entirely different matter. The Pequal is only set up for tinkles. The girls are now looking for investment abroad and hope their invention will keep them engaged for years to come. Jeff Moody, talking toilets for GB News.
And pop it in the bin provided.
Yeah, not sure I'm sold on that one.
Well, we didn't really get to see one, only what was in that cartoony advert thing.
I think we got the idea, didn't
But
we?
you sort of get the idea.
Squat.
Well, look, I mean, if it's quick and easy...
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, not sure I'd be sold on that one. But the queuing is bad at festivals, I'll say that much.
Well, you know, you've got
I don't know what it is about women. I think we must spend too much time faffing in the loo.
Don't ask
The men's
me.
queue is never that long. So always the women. What do we get up to? I don't know. Maybe we talk too long in the loo. I don't know. But it is a problem that needs solving. I'm not sure that is the answer.
Well, no.
Let us know what you think.
I wouldn't know, no.
gbnews.com/your say.
Right, now, Aidan McGivern has the weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even a few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly blustery and increasingly showery. Some low cloud at first across western parts, and we've got this area of rain moving into northern and western England as well as Wales. And that'll tend to fizzle as we go into the afternoon and as it approaches the Midlands. Meanwhile, Scotland and Northern Ireland will be very unsettled with a gusty wind. Areas of rain followed by showers and sunny spells. Some of these showers will be lively. But ahead of all that, East Anglia and the southeast keep the sunny spells and highs of 19 or 20 Celsius. Into the evening, and the showers and longer spells of rain tend to push eastwards, and actually it turns mostly dry once again across England and Wales, eastern Scotland as well. Showers continuing for for the rest of Scotland as well as Northern Ireland, along with a gusty wind. Where we've got lighter winds elsewhere, it's going to be a chilly night, certainly a cold night compared with the last few nights, with temperatures dipping below 5 Celsius in places. But a bright start to the day on Sunday. We've got plenty of sunshine for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland. Showers from the word go across central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland. And then those showers develop more widely across the rest of Scotland, into northern England, parts of Wales. Stays bright, though, towards the southeast. Here, we'll have highs of 15 Celsius, feeling cooler but pleasant enough.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, it's time for our biggest giveaway of the year so far. It's your chance to win £10,000 cash, luxury travel items and a 2025 Greek cruise worth £10,000. And if that confuses you, Miss Costello will now do the complicated maths.
Yes, well, it all adds up to over £20,000 and it could all be yours. So here's how you can win.
Variety Cruises have been sailing since 1942, and thanks to them, you could set sail in 2025. You have the chance to win a 7-night small boat cruise for two worth £10,000. With your flights, meals, drinks and excursions included, you can choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. You'll also win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash that you can use to make this summer spectacular. We'll also treat you to these luxury travel gifts. gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text WIN to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Loads of you talking about these loos.
Oh, are they?
Jane says squat toilets are used worldwide. Many countries use them. They're also used in India. Helen Louise Sezzi says squatting a hole in the ground is nothing new. Croatia and Italy have been doing this for a millennia.
Well, yes. Yes. Christopher Townsend says, have you got any happy and uplifting news this morning?
Well, we've been talking about big birthdays and big birthday parties. Quite a few of you have been in touch with that. So Victoria Beckham's saying she's about to turn the big 50. Doesn't she look great? She's saying one party isn't enough, she needs two. So I said, Stephen, set the team down because you just had a big birthday.
I didn't have any.
Well, there was no big birthday party to be had.
No, sorry.
But you did have a nice fancy dinner.
Dinner party. Yeah, that was nice. Anyway, look, still to come. It's Grand National Day today.
That's cheery.
Yeah, that's cheery. Aidan's got all your tips in just a moment.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
I wonder, is this the fundamental distinction we need to make between Islam, which is a private religion people may practice freely amongst themselves, and Islamism, when you try and place those values upon other people, place that way of being, force it on people who don't want it?
Tom, I have been very much clear about this thing that Islam is a religion and people are free to follow that religion in the UK, in a free Western society. So we have no problem with people following their religion as long as it is not being imposed onto the wider society. And when you talk about drawing a distinction between Islam and Islamism, people like me, you and me, we are drawing that distinction. We're trying to maintain that distinction. But if you look at the commentator from the Muslim community, some commentator, they would like to blur this line and they would ask you, what is Islamism? Where does it exist? Sorry, it does exist. We see it. And the teacher, this incident is an epitome of that kind of, ideology being prevalent, in our society.
Khadija, do you worry that these views are typical for some sections of society? Do you think that there's a problem with some Muslim men, that they have perhaps views that we don't consider to be British values?
There are certain readings of religion which are misogynistic, which are discriminatory, which are homophobic. We need to be honest about it. We need to be calling it out whenever we hear these kind of views. It's been a long time that we are letting these kind of ideologies crawling in, spreading tentacles in British society, and we are just ignoring it in the name of respecting people's culture and religion. You are not suppressed in the UK.
Right, at 6:32, time for the sport with Aidan. Good morning. Of course, one big story today.
Is there?
Giddy up.
Giddy up, yeah, exactly. Well, look, I mean, there are issues on and off the track here. I mean, I remember a time when, not so long ago, actually, when all the focus around the race would be about the runners, the riders, the odds, the tips, all the horses that were going to break records and all the outsiders, etc., who might cause a shock or maybe land a windfall for somebody in their bank account on National Day. But increasingly, in recent years, it's been about horse safety. It's been about protesters off the track as well. Merseyside Police have promised a ring of steel around the racecourse. Animal Rising said last week, they're the animal welfare charity, they said that they wouldn't be disrupting this year's race as they did last year because they felt, and I think they made a reasonable point here actually, they felt they've already started a conversation around horse safety. So this is the 176th edition of the race. We're underway at 4 o'clock this afternoon. £516,000 for the winning rider as well.
Right, so there are these concerns.
Yes.
So what have they done about it?
Quite a few different changes, actually, Stephen. So they have introduced a standing start So that will reduce the run-up to the first fence, which has also been brought back as well. So it means the horse will not have as much time to build up speed in order to take the first fence. They've also reduced some of the heights of the fences as well. They've reduced the number of horses from 40 down to 34. The start time has also been brought forward, Ellie, by about an hour and a quarter, just because that ensures better likelihood of a softer ground or better ground, which is safer for the horses as well. So there have been changes made. I've never doubted for a moment that those involved in horse racing have had anything other than the welfare of horses uppermost in their mind, but there are still concerns on and off the track.
Yeah. Lots of people talking about the Masters as well.
They are indeed. Well, it's been an interesting day yesterday. I want to talk about Tiger Woods because for the 24th consecutive year, he hit the halfway cut.
Is that a record yet?
I think it is a record, yeah. It was previously held by Fred Couples, I believe, and somebody else on 23. So that's absolutely outstanding from him. The last time he didn't make the cut at Augusta for the Masters, he was an amateur. And it's a great quote yesterday because he was battling a sandstorm. It's been very inclement weather over the last couple of days as well. It was day 2 yesterday. This is his. I think this is very relatable, this quote. He said, "I'm tired and I'm really hungry. I could do with some food and some caffeine." We've all felt like that at certain times,
That's
haven't we?
us every morning, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But the top 3 at the moment, Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau and Max Homa. But Bryson DeChambeau's interesting because he's a live golfer, and it was thought that he might be a bit undercooked because they've not been competing as often as some of the guys who are still on the DP tour. Tiger Woods is 48 now. So he's doing well to keep in contention. Tommy Fleetwood, in terms of the British interest, is a little bit further back, as is Danny Willett. Rory McIlroy, not faring particularly well. He's 4 over. He shot 77. And again, it looks like the psychological hurdle is still there. He hasn't won a major now in 10 years. He hasn't been able to add to the 4 he's won previously. And it's the 10th year he's going for the Grand Slam. And this is the only one he hasn't won. And he just doesn't seem to be able to surmount that particular hurdle as of yet. But you never know. He's still young.
Yeah. Have we got time? I'm going to, yes. A little bit Chelsea and their... Because there's all this, I don't know what you call it now, fair play...
Financial fair play, yeah. Oh, this is all tied in with it, yeah.
Yeah, but 75 million quid Chelsea paid out to football agents and intermediaries.
Yeah, they're known as intermediaries. Some good friends of mine who are football agents, and they've made some good money.
I bet they do.
Well, they're officially referred to as intermediaries now. And I think that was a FIFA stipulation. But, yeah, £75 million. I mean, look, the more you spend, the more you pay on agents. I mean, you know, they are vilified sometimes, but the clubs are the ones who pay the money. And it's absolutely for the birds if anyone thinks that a 21-year-old footballer can go into negotiations with multi-billionaires like Todd Bowley without some kind of professional representation. It simply won't happen. It's up to the clubs what they pay. It's up to the agent to negotiate what they can get out of the deal. I think there are bigger problems in football in relation to where we spend our money. I mean, look at the fees to start with. I mean, there's plenty of areas where the game's hemorrhaging money. I think there's a place for agents, and there are some very, very good ones out there. So I'm one of the few who might defend them.
Yeah. Well, fair enough.
Manchester City paid 60 million, Man United paid 34. As I say, £409.5 million overall is what the clubs spend in a combined amount of money. So it's
job.
Nice money if you can get it, right?
It certainly is, yeah.
All right,
nice.
Aidan, thank you very much indeed. I tell you what, these female toilets have got you going.
They really have.
As have high heels.
Yes.
Just one from Debbie. I've got Debbie Big Bird.
I'm enjoying the names, yes.
She says, it's going to stink. No thanks.
It's a good
all
point.
I can say to you, Debbie, is, well, welcome to our world. That's what urinals are like.
Oh, is it?
It stinks.
Does it?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Oh.
You have to pay. No, you have to pay. No,
no, you pay. No, at Victorian mainline stations, you have to pay that. These.
Oh, I just duck
it's
under
20,
the thingy.
You don't.
20p.
I do. I never have any cash.
20p.
I just go, sorry, guys, and I duck under. I get away with it.
No, but you can use your cards now.
Oh, can you? Oh, there you go. Got no excuse now.
Yeah, but no. Welcome to a man's world. It's toilets.
I don't want to be in a man's world.
Oh, suit yourself. You can't have it always.
Oh, Linda
what
says...
equality or not?
Linda J says, I recommend the Shiwi. I always keep it in my car just in case when you got to go, you got to go. What is a Shiwi?
Oh, I've seen those advertised, you know, like those Saturday magazines.
I don't know
I'll explain it.
All right, you show me in the break.
I'll explain it. I'm not going to show you. Right. We're going to hear about Gordon Ramsay's latest kitchen nightmare in just a moment.
Dewberry & Co. Weekdays from 6 p.m.
You think this country needs new gas power stations? Apparently, this will all be about trying to get some form of energy security. Rishi Sunak has upset people today with this suggestion, people saying that actually this would do more damage to climate change than it would do good. Where are you on it, Richard?
I'll tell you exactly where we need a lot more gas power stations and nuclear power stations, because quite often the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. Last week, we imported 16% of all our electricity because we haven't got enough capacity in the UK, and we're now totally over-reliant on renewables.
The part of the problem is the lack of storage capacity, which the government has finally got round to addressing. I think this as backup is actually quite a sensible idea. But they are not doing anything, as far as I can tell. At the moment, it will be retrofitted to have storage capability, which seems to be utterly bonkers. I mean, anyone who's got solar panels, you know very well you're storing up energy. So it's about storage as much as production. And they could have gone, 20 years ago, we could have had nuclear power. We could have done more. We haven't looked far enough ahead in the future, and we are in grave danger of making the same mistake. I mean, the other side of this is, what is the difference going to be? Blackouts are, they're irritating and...
Irritating? It'd be disastrous. It would literally destroy our economy.
Well, they would be now, but, some of us remember 3-day weeks and things like that. And in fact, I grew up thinking that everybody had, at least a couple of days a week when they had to eat off a primer stove and things.
This is, again, I don't want to harp on, but this is one of the problems in the politics in our country, isn't it? So many politicians, they just think in election cycles. Absolutely. They just think, what can I do and say to get my own backside re-elected at the next general election? They're not always looking ahead. Actually, politics aside, what is genuinely the best thing for this country?
We've just been looking up the Shiwi.
Because you'd never heard of them.
Never heard of one, never seen one. Google it if you want to know a bit more. I don't think I'll be using one anytime soon. But anyway, funny we've been talking about that, because on Saturday Morning Live, which is the show after us at 10 a.m, the inventor of the Shiwi is going to be on the show.
Who knew?
And the best part is her name.
Don't take the mickey out of her.
Sorry, is Samantha Fountain. The inventor of Shiwi, that you can't make up, can you? Fantastic.
No. There you go.
So you don't want to miss that.
Honestly,
basically.
Talk about a weird coincidence, but there you go. Right, time for the newspapers at 6:41. The Telegraph says Angela Rayner will step down as a deputy leader of the Labour Party if found guilty over a house row.
The Times says that Sir Keir Starmer is under renewed pressure after the police opened an investigation into Labour's deputy leader.
The Guardian reveals the Prime Minister has been urged to launch an inquiry after the cruel prosecution of unpaid carers.
The Independent leads with the NHS chief saying that they must stamp out a surge in sex assaults on staff.
And the Independent has Jeremy Hunt saying the government's ready to cut taxes and bet on growth in the run-up to an election.
Well, joining us now to go through the papers this morning is showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci and political editor for HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield. Good to see you both this morning. And Kevin, we're still talking about the honey trap sex scandal, aren't we, on the front page of the Time? But instead it's from Chinese spies.
Yeah, so honey trap stories are all the rage at the moment, and every paper, I think, is trying to get their own angle on it, obviously. This is a bit of a curious story, because it's saying basically that spies are being targeted by honey traps in China, but I would be surprised if they weren't. I mean, that's the whole...
Well, yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, surely it's a well-known tactic. In fact, it says, there's a little sidebar, it says this tactic was formulated first with honey traps in the 6th century. So it's been going on for quite a while. And it also says that none of the attempts that they refer to in the story were successful, because obviously the intelligence services train their spies to look out for attractive women coming up to them in bars and trying it on.
Well, they wish.
Well,
I mean, I think with all this is we all have this outrage, don't we, when people try honey traps or people do this or we'll find a spy or everything. All outraged. But we do it to other countries.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, and they do it because it works. That's why it's been gone since the 6th century. Because men, and it usually is men, are stupid, really, when it comes to things like that.
It's a good way to get your enemy.
So yeah, I mean, it's a reasonably interesting story, but as I say, it's like a bit like Pope is Catholic. You know, it's not that much of a surprise, is it, that spies have been targeted by spies from other countries?
Yeah. Should we have a look at the Roberto Cavalli? I have to say, I'm not familiar with this gentleman, but then I'm not what do I know about fashion?
You know his prints.
Yeah, you would. Fashion has lost one of its graces, because when you say Roberto Cavalli, there is just this image, a plethora of images that come up of animal print designs. Like, he first founded his house in 1970, and since then he's styled some amazing icons, from Brigitte Bardot, Sophia Loren, down to Naomi Campbell. And, you know, when we think of, like, fashion, he is definitely one of the ones that was at the top of his game. And I think what it is about Roberto Cavalli is that his designs stood the test of time, but as well, he was a larger-than-life character.
Right.
He certainly was.
Yeah.
I'm just showing Stephen and Kevin some of the designs here. It is a lot of leopard print, is how you describe it. And then you also had Renaissance paintings and things.
He did, because he came from a family of artists, so he very much got it.
You see, I'm looking at what looks like a very lightweight slip-on dress, and it's £2,000.
Yeah, and it's worth every pound, I think.
Really?
When it comes to Roberto Cavalli, yeah. I think because his designs do, once you invest in a Roberto Cavalli piece, I do think it lasts in your wardrobe for a very long time. So I can imagine a lot of the Fash Pack are going to be mourning his death today. He leaves behind 6 children, and he welcomed one just last year.
Really?
Yes, yep.
Oh, that
still
makes
going.
me sad.
That is sad.
Yeah.
That's sad. Men that age.
83, yeah.
You think of the kids. You won't ever know he's dead.
Well, they'll be minted.
Well,
they'll be
that may soften the blow a little bit, I suppose, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Kevin, we better talk a bit of Angela Rayner. Telegraph and The Times this morning.
Yeah, I mean...
What do you make of all of this?
Well, they've obviously tried to stick their head in the sand and hope it goes away, and it's not going away. Now, we have to stress, obviously, Angela Rayner insists that she's not done anything wrong, that she's got legal advice and tax advice, was that she'd done everything properly, but has been reluctant to show that evidence or show that advice that she received. Now, as I say, the line all along has insisted that she's done nothing wrong, and it's a smear, it's a Tory smear, there's nothing to see here, they're targeting me because I'm a working class single mother, as was, and...
Well, yeah, she wasn't at the time, though, was she?
No, well...
married at the time.
That's the whole... That's the kind of crux of the story, isn't it? But clearly, Labour strategists have decided that tactic's not working, so now they've upped the ante by saying that she will quit if she's found guilty now, or if she's found to have done anything wrong. Now, this was the same tactic employed, if you remember, by Keir Starmer over remember Beergate? When he was accused of breaking COVID lockdown. So that was another one that the Tories really ran very hard with, because they thought that they might actually get him over that. As it turned out, the police took no further action, so he's obviously still leader. So, you know, this is high-stakes stuff for Angela Rayner. The one thing I think that has helped her to a certain extent is it's such a complicated story.
Yes, it is.
It's not really had the cut-through the
I was
other...
going to ask you about cut-through. Do you think this is what people are talking about down the pub?
I don't think so, for the very reason it's that you say, oh, you've seen this story about Angela Rayner, oh, what's that? And then you try and explain it, and people just, you know, when they start talking about it's electoral law, it's tax law.
It's the stupidity of it all, frankly, in the sense that if I was Angela Rayner, I would either just pay the money, because you're not telling me she can't find 1,500 quid.
It's 1,500 quid, yeah.
So pay the money, or you know, she's release the tax advice she's been given. And she says it's got personal information. Redact about her children. Redact
quite
that.
easily done, yeah.
Redact that and publish the rest, and then it's end of. And it's the fact that just hasn't been done.
Well, that's the problem, because I think basically, so this story emanated from a biography of her written by Lord Ashcroft, former Tory party treasurer. Now, this came out recently, maybe in the last month or two, and in that there is a lengthy statement from her reacting to the comments. Now they were obviously would have gone to her a long time ago when the book was being written, and that has almost locked her into a position, you know, that, as we've said, it's always been about, I've done nothing wrong, it's all above the book, all above board, you just have to take my word on it. So there's now, it's difficult for her to roll back on that without being accused of a U-turn. But you're right, it would be much more easy, and we're not talking millions of pounds here, it's 1,500 quid. And I think people would have said, fair play to you, you know, you've made a little mistake, but you've rectified it in terms of paying back the money. Let's just move on. I don't think it would have been... But it's because it failed to answer the questions and just let it continue. And it may well be, in the grand scheme of things, a relatively minor mistake that she's made, if she has made a mistake, but the fact that it's been going on and on makes people think, hang on a minute, maybe there's more to this than actually meets the eye, so it looks worse than it actually is.
And I think the thing with Angela Rayner, the reason why it's turned into a bigger story is because she's always been someone who's been very quick to criticise the Conservatives, whether it was Boris Johnson or anything they've done wrong. She's been quite a vocal person. So now I think the Tories have just seen this as a way in for them to also make sure that she's been made an example of. Whether she will actually quit if she is found of anything wrong, I doubt it very much, but she says she will.
It was bad news for Labour if she does have to, obviously, because it's not a good look if you lose your deputy leader, but the plan was for her to be very prominent in the general election campaign alongside Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves. So, obviously, if she has to resign in disgrace, then, you know, it's a real blow to their election campaign.
Well, we shall see. She says she's done nothing wrong, and I mean, just to sort of go through the gist of what she says in her statement. She says she wants to sit down with the authorities and completely draw a line under the matter, and she's glad that it's being looked at independently without any political interference, which is, you know, fair enough. And we will now, I mean, frankly, we've just got to wait and see now.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
We do. Stephanie, let's talk about Gordon Ramsay, shall we? And a gang of squatters have invaded one of his restaurants.
He's not a happy bunny right now because he has a £13 million pub, well, he did, near Regent's Park in central London, which has been taken over by 6 professional squatters. Earlier this week, Gordon tried to phone the police. He did phone the police to try evict them, which has proven very difficult now because these squatters are actually threatening legal action and saying that it's now their property, and if anyone tries to trespass it, they will take legal action. So
that can't work.
It's really bad, actually, but they do have some squatters' rights. So it's quite annoying for Gordon because he was actually in the midst of selling this property over, which he can't do at the moment. So in central London right now, there's a group of squatters who've taken over Gordon's pub. So
I don't understand squatters' rights.
Well, I thought you had to be in a property for 10 years before you could claim squatters' rights.
One of their things is...
Really, is that right?
That's what I thought it was.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
One of their legs that they're standing on is they're saying the property was not designed or adapted before the time of their entry into the property as a place to live. So, again, that goes over my head, but...
so they clearly know what they're on about. They're doing their research.
Well, they're professional squatters.
And they've put a notice up to say, you know, if you do try and trespass, you know, they will threaten legal action, but I don't know with what money they're going to take legal action with.
I wonder how you become a professional squatter.
Yeah.
That's an odd career choice.
£13 million pub near Regent's Park. It's a nice spot to find it.
Yeah, that's true.
They've probably had their eye on it for a while.
Well, they could well have done. Heck, it's worrying, that. Let's have a look at The Guardian, should we? What's this about the prosecution of carers that the Prime Minister's jumping on?
Yeah, so this is a story that The Guardian uncovered yesterday, I think it was, whereby people who are carers inadvertently cross an earnings threshold, and then the DWP come after them to basically repay the carers allowance that they've received. Now, in most of these cases, people, as I say, it's inadvertent that they might take on a part-time job, for instance.
Yeah.
And
because they get carers allowance, they end up being tax liable.
Well, no, they end up having to, being hit with massive bills to repay the whole allowance. So they've got one case study here of this poor woman who was told that she owed them £11,292.75, but she's been looking after her daughter, who is on the autistic spectrum, has a range of medical problems. Anyway, so while she also had a part-time job, this woman, in Tesco, and despite her best efforts, she would occasionally go over the earnings threshold, which is £127 a week. If you earn more than that, then you don't get the...
Yes, but what I don't understand with that is carers allowance wouldn't have been given to her it would be given to her daughter
well, exactly.
to then pay for the carer.
Yeah, well, quite, but they come after her because she's the one, basically, who's ultimately receiving the money.
Oh, that's a disgrace.
But as it turns out here that she had only, I think it was £800, or in total, she had received... She'd gone over the threshold by £800 over the course of 3.5 years, 800 quid. Right. And she said, well, I'll repay the £800.
Yeah.
And DWP said, no, we don't want that. We want the 11 grand.
No, well, that's ridiculous.
This poor woman is, you know, understandably
I think it's
distraught.
heartless, you know.
And she's not the only one.
That is heartless.
It is heartless. Like, most of these carers don't have enough financial support anyway. Then the trusts, you know, the people that are supposed to be, you know, help support them financially, want to even strip them further.
And they've been told that they'll have a criminal record unless they pay it back. They get taken to court. So this poor woman has had to agree to repay it at £60 a month, which means that she'll be 73 by the time it's repaid in 2035, and she's like, I'm going to have to keep working.
I'd let them. I'd go to court. I'd let them because I can't imagine any jury actually.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Through.
But now, you know, the follow-up story here is that they've got former Home Secretaries, or former, Work and Pension Secretaries, Ian Duncan Smith, Alan Johnson, David Blunkett, all on board saying this is a disgrace. So hopefully. Enough political pressure.
I know it might be different for different people, but in this case, 800 quid. You don't even have to, even whatever your salary is, if you earn in additional work under £1,000 in a financial year, you don't even have to declare it.
No, I know.
You'd have to pay tax on that.
Yeah.
So why then would 800 quid on that affect...
Over 3.5 years?
For 3.5 years.
I mean,
it makes no sense at all.
No. So, yeah, it's an absolute... And you would think in the DWP, the civil servants would be like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Why are we pursuing this woman for this money when, you know, she clearly isn't, you know...
Heartless is the right word.
Yeah. It is heartless.
You.
So that gets sorted out.
Kevin and Stephanie, thank you very much indeed. See you in the next hour. And Aidan McGibbon now has the weather for you.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even a few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly blustery and increasingly showery. Some low cloud at first across western parts, and we've got this area of rain moving into northern and western England as well as Wales. And that'll tend to fizzle as we go into the afternoon and as it approaches the Midlands. Meanwhile, Scotland and Northern Ireland will be very unsettled with a gusty wind. Areas of rain followed by showers and sunny spells. Some of these showers will be lively. But ahead of all that, East Anglia and the southeast keep the sunny spells and highs of 19 or 20 Celsius. Into the evening, and the showers and longer spells of rain tend to push eastwards, and actually it turns mostly dry once again across England and Wales, eastern Scotland as well. Showers continuing for much of the rest of Scotland as well as Northern Ireland, along with a gusty wind. Where we've got lighter winds elsewhere, it's going to be a chilly night, certainly a cold night compared with the last few nights, with temperatures dipping below 5 Celsius in places. But a bright start to the day on Sunday. We've got plenty of sunshine for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland. Showers from the word go across central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland. And then those showers develop more widely across the rest of Scotland, into northern England, parts of Wales. Stays bright, though, towards the southeast. Here, we'll have highs of 15 Celsius, feeling cooler but pleasant enough.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Variety Cruises have been sailing since 1942, and thanks to them, you could set sail in 2025. You have the chance to win a 7-night small boat cruise for two worth £10,000. With your flights, meals, drinks and excursions included, you can choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. You'll also win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash that you can use to make this summer spectacular. We'll also treat you to these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Dubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. 7 o'clock, Saturday, the 13th of April. Today, the Deputy Labour leader, Angela Rayner, promises to step down if she's found to have committed a criminal offence, which, of course, she denies. Sir Keir Starmer says he's confident she hasn't broken any rules.
I'm satisfied with the answers that she has given repeatedly now on this. She will cooperate with the investigation as you would expect.
Washington deploys additional military assets to the Middle East over the threat of an Iranian strike that could come in the next 48 hours.
In California, they're making it legal for workers to ignore messages from their bosses sent after hours. So, should we follow suit?
An 89-year-old care home resident makes her teenage dream come true by getting her first tattoo. So this morning we're asking, can you be too old to get inked?
Good morning. The Grand National is fast approaching, but the RSPCA has called for an investigation after 2 horses died on Ladies' Day yesterday. Organisers admit there is still a small risk of fatalities to horses. Away from the track, security has been ramped up to fend off protesters. There's also the small matter of the runners and riders. We'll be live from Aintree throughout the morning.
Marked contrasts in our weather across the UK today. Warm and bright for some, blustery and showery for others. I'll have the full details in the forecast coming up shortly.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News. Those of you talking about Angela Rayner
yes.
this morning. And I'm quite enjoying this new forum that we have, gbnews.com/
You'll say,
thank you, because you can all talk to each other. So Bertie Poole has just said, lay off Angela. But Tony D has replied, just lock her up, job done.
Well, yeah, but we haven't done anything wrong. As far as we know, you're innocent until proven guilty, which is very important for all of us. But as I say, if the documentation clears out, why was it not released ages ago?
Yeah.
Just get on with it.
Yeah, well, she says she's completely confident she's followed all the rules, and the Labour Party have said they support her. So until we're told otherwise, they seem quite determined on that fact.
Oh, just clarification, because a few of you are getting in touch about carers allowance. We're just doing that story in the papers. Now, because I said, well, carers allowance goes to the person being cared for. Apparently, no. 2 of you... Scattergood, Patricia and I all get in touch the last few seconds. Carer's allowance goes to the carer. Attendance allowance, that's what I was thinking of, because my grandma got that. Attendance allowance goes to the person to then to pay for things like a carer. So there you go. So it's... But anyway, the idea that people are getting carer's allowance but then over-earning a few quid over the limit of what you're then legally allowed to earn, and they're trying to claw it all back. Just doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't at all.
We're talking about Gordon Ramsay's pub being squatted in.
Yes.
And they're claiming squatters' rights and all the rest of it. Tom says, if the squatters can take legal action if anyone trespasses in what they're now viewing as their property, then surely Gordon Ramsay has the same rights.
Yes, and somebody else has written, which I can't find right now, saying just send Gordon in to sort them out. I mean, he's quite feisty, isn't he?
He is quite
if anyone can sort it out, it would be Gordon.
You sort of think, how could he be done for trespassing if it's a property he owns? I don't know. It's very difficult. I mean, you couldn't do it if you're a landlord. You can't just barge into somewhere because people have got a right to privacy. But if they're squatters, do they have a right to privacy? I don't understand squatters' rights.
No, I don't. I honestly thought you had to be in the building for 10 years in order to claim squatters' right. But let us know if you actually know anything about that. That would be very helpful right now. We're also talking about parties because Victoria Beckham is turning the big 5-0 this year. She's the same age as you.
Well, there you go, you see.
Oh, and don't you look great? As does she.
She's older than David.
Oh, yes, David, yes. I was like, who's David? David Beckham, right. Yes, she is by 2 years.
You see, he's a toy boy.
He is. But she looks great, and she said that she's not having one party, she's having two big ones. So I said to Stephen he'd let the team down because he's turned the big 5-0, and there's been no big party in sight, has there?
No, but I'm not a big party person.
Well, but H-Key little voice Stokes has been in touch saying, good morning to you both. I have a party arranged for this year for my 80th and my daughter is 50. We're having a big Western theme.
Oh!
With country and Western group and a barbecue. I'm really looking forward to it. It's in June. My goodness,
we see now that sounds good. It's
like a hoedown.
Yeah, hoedown. Oh, that'll be fun, actually. I'll come to your party. How about that? I don't really like being centre of attention.
I know, you actually don't.
I
you
don't,
think
I
with
really
your
don't.
job you'd really enjoy that, but you are quite shy and retiring. He is, you wouldn't believe it. No, it's true, it is true.
Everyone's laughing in my ear now, but it is actually true.
It is actually true. And Scott Tripp says this is his first time using the platform.
Oh.
Welcome.
Welcome along.
Also the first time I've logged in this morning. I wasn't brave enough before, was I? Scott says, I love my short-length cowboy boots. And I'm going to be buying a full-length pair in the future because you were talking about your cowboy boots.
But what do you wear them with? This is... Oh, now this is an issue for you then. God, some of you are going to be going, what is he going on about? If you can't wear bootleg jeans because they're not fashionable now, how do you wear your cowboy boots? Because you can't shove them in your jeans. But then do you put your jeans... It's very obvious if you've got your trousers inside the boots.
No, you can't do that. No. You can't do that, no.
So I don't know how I'm meant to wear them.
So I think you have to wait for the flares to come back.
Right.
And then, if not, shorts. I mean, as a girl, I'd wear a dress, like a short dress.
Yeah, you could get away with that. Yeah, obviously, but I'm not wearing shorts and cowboy boots. Can you imagine how laughable that would be?
Well, you could go along to Scott Tripp's Western party. Oh, no, HK Little Boy Stokes party in June.
Yeah.
You've got the outfits all.
Ken.
Oh, it's from Ken.
Ken. Yeah, well, you know, there you go. Anyway, if you want to get involved in this sort of conversation and have your say on anything you like, gbnews.com/yoursay. Here's all the details.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family. Simply go to gbnews.com/yoursay.
So, that's how you do it, and we'd love to hear from you this morning.
Now to our top story this morning, and Angela Rayner says she'll step down if it's determined that she committed a criminal offence over her tax affairs. It's over the sale of her council house in Stockport a decade ago. Now, questions have been asked about whether she paid the right amount of tax and if it was her main home at the time.
Well, she said the questions raised relate to a time before she was an MP and she's taken expert tax and legal advice. Sir Keir Starmer says he supports her.
We welcome this investigation because it will allow a line to be drawn in relation to this matter. I am fully confident that Angela Rayner has not broken the rules. She will cooperate with the investigation as you would expect, and it's really a matter for the police.
All right. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go.
Oh, go on then. I'll talk to former Labour advisor Kevin Marr. We're both desperate to chat to you, Kevin, on this one. This is one of those typical political situations isn't it? Where it's a small issue, actually, in the great scheme of things, this is small fry. But it's just the fact there's been no clarity from anybody.
You're right. It is often these kind of slightly obscure issues which cause politicians big problems. It's, you know, Angela Rayner is certainly not the first to realise that actually the interrogation of aspects of your private affairs is actually very difficult to deal with, because I mean, you know, for any politician, it cuts you to the quick when you're talking about issues related to your personal affairs, your personal finances, your family life, and all the rest of it. So it's very difficult to deal with. Now this has been trundling along as a story for several weeks. There's a new biography of Angela Rayner, which apparently has uncovered this allegation that she wasn't resident in the property that she said she was resident in for electoral purposes. And that's what the police, Greater Manchester Police, have said yesterday that they're going to investigate. Now, I mean, it bears saying that Angela Rayner is strenuously denying that she's done anything wrong. And she said, obviously, last night, which is quite a bombshell, really, that she'll quit if she is found guilty. No, I think what tends to happen in these situations is that your colleagues look at this situation and start to think, is there something in this? If there is, I'm going to start to sort of delicately kind of inch away from you and leave you kind of slightly on your own. That isn't happening with Angela Rayner. Keir Starmer has been, I think, pretty straightforward in backing up his deputy all the way, as have other members of the shadow cabinet and other MPs I've spoken to, Labour MPs as well, who like Angela Rayner and think that whether anybody else likes Angela Rayner or not, she's a pretty straight shooter. And she's pretty effective as an opposition politician. And, you know, for that reason, they think that a lot of this is a cooked-up smear campaign against her, and it's politically motivated. That's the kind of the mood, I think, within the Labour tribe, which is that, you know, I've looked this morning to try and find figures for the number of people prosecuted for similar offences. Now, I've only done it for 10 minutes on the internet, so you know, I stand to be corrected, but I can't find very much at all. So whether anything actually ever happens with this, she's ever convicted or charges are even ever brought, I think is a moot point. But in politics, it's all about perception, and the Conservatives are fairly gleeful this morning that they can go around saying that the deputy leader of the Labour Party is under police investigation. I think that's what this is about, really.
I mean, Kevin, as you've said, the Labour Party have come out in support, as has Sir Keir Starmer. But how do you think this is going down behind closed doors? Because Angela Rayner is Sir Keir Starmer's right-hand woman. She was meant to be front and centre in this general election campaign. They must be quite concerned that this is a story that just isn't going away.
It isn't. I mean, in a sense, I mean, it's high-stakes stuff because, of course, once the police announce they're going to investigate you, one of two things happens. Either they bring charges or they don't bring charges. And if they bring charges, you know, it's bad news for Angela Rayner. But if they don't, and as you know, and I would never bet on these situations, but it would strike me that the balance of evidence would suggest these things are fairly difficult to prove. That if charges are not brought, I think Angela Rayner can hold her head up high, and I think the Conservatives will lower a big apology, because a lot of public money will have been wasted for nothing.
Well, yes, except that brings in my next point to a sense. She could have killed this straight away. I mean, does it raise questions about her in public life because she refused to kill this straight away? She could have released the tax advice she got, redacted any personal stuff about the kids or whatever that she's raised that could be in there, and this would have gone away. If she's nothing to hide, it would have gone away. And it hasn't. She hasn't done that. So, I mean, she's wasted the public money, hasn't she?
It's one of these kind of chewing gum on the bottom of your shoe kind of issues, really, that it's just very persistent. And, of course, this story has gained kind of a lot of terminal velocity, if you like, over the last couple of weeks because it's Easter and it's pretty quiet in terms of domestic political stuff. But it's very difficult to prove a negative. And in a sense, if people have got allegations that Angela Rayner has done something wrong, you know, take them to the authorities. That's the place where and ultimately now this is what's happening. You know, it's not in a sense up to her to prove her innocence against charges which may be politically motivated. And it's, as I say, it's very difficult when these issues are about you personally. It doesn't matter what what party badge you've got on. You know, I do have some sympathy for anybody in politics in these situations, because ultimately politics does not prosper when we fight in the gutter, and I'm afraid that's what's going on here. You know, the tenor of the Conservative Party's response to the police, the announcement of the police investigation yesterday, I think was fairly unwise. That they seem to be fairly gleeful about this, which I think kind of shows what the motivation here is.
OK, Kevin Marr, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
I mean, Kevin's quite right. It normally isn't up to anyone to prove a negative. But I think if you're in public life and especially in political life, perhaps you do just have to accept that is what you have to do. And this could have been resolved more quickly. Anyway, Angela Rayner's released a full statement. She said, "I've repeatedly said I'd welcome the chance to sit down with the appropriate authorities, including the police and HMRC, to set out the facts and draw a line under this. I'm completely confident I've followed the rules at all times. I've always said integrity and accountability are important in politics. That's why it's important that this is urgently looked at independently and without political interference."
Now, Washington is deploying extra military assets near Israel amid reports that Iran is preparing to launch a missile attack in the next 48 hours.
Well, this comes after 2 Iranian generals were killed in an airstrike in Syria, an attack that Tehran has blamed on the Israeli Defence Force.
Well, Iran's supreme leader issued a chilling warning that Israel will be punished, as one of his advisers claimed that no Israeli embassies are safe.
Earlier, we spoke to the defence editor for the Evening Standard, Robert Fox.
I hate to use the word inevitable, but the temperature has gone up quite considerably over the past 10, 12, 14 hours, particularly as the news cycle was closing down in the evening in America. That it's interesting that just prior to that, Biden's team had been suggesting that there were back channels. They were talking to Tehran and they'd asked them to delay. And there seemed to be even the Israeli commentary suggesting strategic patience, which means we're holding off for a bit. Then suddenly it has changed. We've heard that these assets, by the way, unspecified, the Americans are observing very tight operational secrecy. I suspect there's a further carrier group on the way, moving up into the Mediterranean. And by the way, Cyprus will be involved, because the thing they seem to be worried about now is, as you said in the introduction, a missile strike. Look, we haven't been having missile strikes. We've been having rocket. And there were lots of rockets from Hezbollah, the proxy, in South Lebanon into northern Israel. But then there was an ominous upgrade yesterday in that they're using these sophisticated drones that we've seen deployed in Ukraine by the Russians, Iranian, and they're getting better and better. There's a lot of improvement, which has taken Western observers by surprise, dropping bombs, small bombs, and must be an unspoken fear that the air defense system, very famous, one of the best, most effective in world arms, the Iron Dome, could be overwhelmed, could be swamped. And that's why America's made it absolutely clear that they're right behind Israel. The commander, Central Command, he's gone in and has said that he will direct operations if there are direct attacks.
What do you think a strike could look like? I mean, we're being told that it's going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. How would we know that? Why would we have such a specific time frame? And then what do you think those strikes would look like? Are we talking about military targets? Are we talking about civilian? We're
talking Israeli intelligence, which has been very specific. And the reason why, sorry to go back up again, why they killed Mohammed Zahedi, as well as the other commanders, but particularly he, and it's quite clear from the briefings from Israeli intelligence, from Shin Bet, as well as Mossad, that he is thought to have been the man who said, yes, sorry, I'm holding up my thumb to Hamas, go ahead with the massacre of October the 7th. The Netanyahu coalition government is specifically blaming him. So it's going to be reciprocal. The supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, the Grand Ayatollah, has said it will be embassies. That is now looking less likely. The really nightmare scenario is a strike on an Israeli city. Then it will be war.
Well, yes. I mean, this is
That's when the Americans will come in to defend Israel.
And at that point, is it just going to escalate? I mean, because this is the huge concern. I have to say, when I heard this, I just thought they're going to go for a big civilian strike, and then all hell breaks loose.
Well, the day before yesterday, as you know, we were the defence editors and correspondents were down at Porton Down, looking at the direct energy weapons, the latest Dragonfire. And we talked to Grant Shapps there, and he was absolutely on the record, and he was very clear. He said, "I don't want to go on." He said, "Why Iran?" He said, "All roads in this lead to Tehran." That's a quote from him. And the other thing that he was very cool about and very calm about, he is very worried about miscalculation. And that's your problem, Stephen, that you realise that we're jiggling around, as you say, massive rocket attacks, which they've been doing for a long time, so they've more or less had to empty out whole parts of northern Israel. Now we're getting explosive drones, missiles. You see, even Hamas doesn't use missiles. But if it's a big missile, and it probably wouldn't be launched from South Lebanon, could be launched from as far away as Iran itself, then we're in it.
Well, it's fascinating and hugely concerning.
No, it's really concerning. And interesting that Joe Biden said, don't to Iran. That was his message to Iran, don't do it. Is that rhetoric going to be strong enough? I mean, as you said, it was no-nonsense rhetoric.
Yeah.
But is that going to be enough to stop what Robert Fox says is probably the inevitable?
Well, it's whether the Ayatollah, as Robert was saying there, whether the Ayatollah realises just what this would lead to. I mean, heavens above, you'd think they would. But, I mean, it would just be pandemonium, because the minute Israel gets involved to start defending, America starts getting involved to defend Israel, well, then America becomes a target and all that. I mean,
this could be...
You don't even want to think about it, do you?
A big conflict, yeah.
So I'll tell you what, keep your fingers crossed. And if you go to church tomorrow morning, bear it in mind.
Yeah.
And you know, well, because it's things like this which are properly worrying, actually.
Yeah. Well, the United States has now restricted travel for its embassy personnel in Israel amid fears of an attack by Iran. They feel as though it is imminent.
Yeah.
Out of abundance of caution. That's what they've said in a statement. As we will, of course, keep you abreast of all of that, and hopefully no more developments.
No, hopefully not.
But do let us know what you think about that. gbnews.com/you'll say.
Now, former Post Office Managing Director Alan Cook has said he deeply regrets sending an email where he accused sub-postmasters, subbies, as he called them, of having their hands in the till.
Yes, the email in question was sent in 2009, where he described the Horizon IT system as stable and reliable.
Well, we now know that more than 900 sub-postmasters were wrongly prosecuted due to the faulty software.
Well, joining us now is National Officer at the Communication Workers Union, Andy Fury. Good to see you this morning, Andy. I mean, it is just awful to hear the rhetoric, the comments made by senior people in the Post Office. As we now know, in hindsight, the truth of what was really happening with the Horizon IT system. It comes after we also heard this week about a senior person at the Post Office celebrating a pregnant woman who was sent to prison over shortfalls in her accounts. It's difficult to hear, isn't it?
Well, I think this comes to the very hub of the cultural problems of the Post Office. So those two examples, you've got the former managing director of the Post Office, Alan Cook, who's claiming that postmasters have got their hands in the till, and then you've got his successor, Dave Smith, who is then, saying that. It's just outrageous, really. I mean, it's part of the DNA, the culture. It's toxic at the very top of the company. And then it flows all the way down to everybody else, including the investigation team. So, I mean, these two people are very, very culpable for their actions. And they are to blame as much as many of the other senior people, including Border Venables, in this travesty of justice.
Does it add anything to it when someone like Alan Cook says, I wasn't aware that the Post Office was even capable of bringing their own prosecutions. I wasn't aware of the complexity of what was going on. But he says that's my fault. He did acknowledge he should have looked into it further. Now, look, it doesn't help anybody out now, but at least he's not trying to pass the buck.
Well, look, I knew Alan very well when he was in post, and I take that as a sincere position that he's given in his evidence. The fact remains, though, he was an exceptionally well-paid senior leader of the Post Office, and he should have known better. It's inconceivable that the senior leader of the Post Office was ignorant to the fact that his team, his managers, were pursuing vigorously private prosecutions against postmasters. I mean, it just beggars belief, to be perfectly honest, because it's been known by everybody in the Post Office that the internal investigation team has those powers.
I mean, Alan Cook, who said the subbies with their hand in the till, he says now that is an expression that he would regret for the rest of his life, and he has apologised to the sub-postmasters that he was talking about. Do you think for those sub-postmasters and sub-postmistresses an apology is enough?
No, absolutely not. I mean, look, there's definitely been a conspiracy where people were trying to cover up the truth. They allowed people to be taken to court, prosecuted on some occasions imprisoned when they knew there was bugs, they knew there was flaws, and they knew there was remote access from the Fujitsu head office. So, no, look, apologies are fine, but they don't go far enough. They need to sort out all these compensation schemes. But you see, look, here's the point. Once Alan Cook realised that they could do internal prosecutions and that was happening to the scale it was, he should have brought a stop to it and called for an internal investigation. He didn't. He was in post for another year, and those prosecutions continued.
Andy, we've got to leave it there, but it's really good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
And I tell you what, I mean, I think apologies matter.
No, they do matter.
But they're not enough. But other people have made this point. They're apologising at an investigation. They haven't apologised up and... We've known there's been a problem now for a long time. They haven't apologised until they've sort of had to apologise.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
And that pregnant lady that we spoke about earlier, I mean, she has said she doesn't accept any apology. She can't forgive.
No.
She says she's just looking ahead to that compensation deal, which she hasn't yet got. But for her, an apology just doesn't do half as much as it needs to do for her.
The Post Office, Fujitsu, and in the interim, the government needs to put their hand in their pockets and get these people paid substantially.
Yeah.
Absolutely shocking.
Well, it's a scandal, isn't it? It really is. Let us know what you think. gbnews.com/your say.
You've got the hang of that now.
I do now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the weather's going to do with Aidan McGivern.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even a few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly blustery and increasingly showery. Some low cloud at first across western parts, and we've got this area of rain moving into northern and western England as well as Wales. And that'll tend to fizzle as we go into the afternoon and as it approaches the Midlands. Meanwhile, Scotland and Northern Ireland will be very unsettled with a gusty wind. Areas of rain followed by showers and sunny spells. Some of these showers will be lively. But ahead of all that, East Anglia and the southeast keep the sunny spells and highs of 19 or 20 Celsius. Into the evening, and the showers and longer spells of rain tend to push eastwards, and actually it turns mostly dry once again across England and Wales, eastern Scotland as well. Showers continuing for the rest of Scotland as well as Northern Ireland, along with a gusty wind. Where we've got lighter winds elsewhere, it's going to be a chilly night, certainly a cold night compared with the last few nights, with temperatures dipping below 5 Celsius in places. But a bright start to the day on Sunday. We've got plenty of sunshine for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland. Showers from the word go across central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland. And then those showers develop more widely across the rest of Scotland, into northern England, parts of Wales. Stays bright, though, towards the southeast. Here, we'll have highs of 15 Celsius, feeling cooler but pleasant enough.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Can I be a bit self-indulgent?
Oh, well, why not?
It's on gbnews.com/your say. Nick F says, morning, Stephen and Ellie.
Andy's a member.
Annie's a member,
You're a
very
member.
good too. Says, morning, Stephen and Ellie, just to say you're a perfect way to start the day.
Oh.
Love the way you chat and don't take yourselves too seriously. But then...
Myself very seriously.
He does take himself... No, he doesn't, not at all. But then switches straight to uber professional mode for discussing serious subjects. By the way...
Here we go.
Did you get round to making those mini egg cookies, Ellie?
Oh, yes, she did.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say, they were very, very, very nice. Also, a quick one, because we're talking...
Oh,
later.
you didn't finish that story, did you? You moved very swiftly on.
I did, yeah.
Come on, tell the story.
She brought me 2 in, one to take home to my much better half.
Mm-hmm.
And I ate both of them in the studio. And he doesn't know about it.
Within minutes. Well, he does now.
Yeah, he might still be asleep, hopefully.
Anyway, it was a testament to how yummy you thought they were,
They
so
were
I'll let you get on now.
They were really, really nice. We're going to talk about getting tattooed. Is it too old to get tattooed when you're in your... I don't know.
When you're in a care
above
home.
what age? I don't know. A lady of 89 has got her first tattoo. So we're debating that in a bit. But Basil Figura has been in touch saying, I'm 65 and I've just finished getting my first sleeve completed. Beautifully done. Makes me feel great. You're never too old to express yourself. Couldn't agree more, Basil. Quite right,
Isn't that
too.
lovely? Yeah, get in touch with us on that topic.
Yeah, you could spend a bit of money on tattoos if you win our biggest giveaway of the year so far, because you have £10,000 in cash. That's a lot of ink. Luxury travel items and a 2025 Greek cruise worth £10,000.
It's a prize package worth over £20,000 and it could all be yours. Here's how you could win.
Variety Cruises have been sailing since 1942, and thanks to them, you could set sail in 2025. You have the chance to win a 7-night small boat cruise for 2 worth £10,000. With your flights, meals, drinks and excursions included, you can choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. You'll also win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash that you can use to make this summer spectacular. We'll also treat you to these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text WIN to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
No. Best of luck to you on that one. Still to come, should we have a legal right to completely ignore our bosses if they contact us after work? Ooh, sounds good to me. We'll debate that in just a moment.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
I don't think you can go and watch a Shakespeare play unless you already know it. It's almost like you have to understand the story and the characters, and perhaps have even done a bit of reading into it. Because if you went completely blind, especially in today's world where we don't speak in that kind of way, it is, I think, probably a bit alienating.
But Dawn is saying it is alienating at the moment because of the lack of representation.
You know what, the actual phrasing they use, right, OK, the disproportionate representation propagated white, able-bodied, heterosexual, cisgender male narratives. I'm sure there's people sitting in a room going, what's the most ridiculous thing we can come up with today?
Yes.
But are really, just chuck all these words at it, cisgender, and it's just insane. Of course, Shakespeare was what it was back in the day, and that's why it's mostly blokes and they're mostly white.
And lots of speculation that he was actually gay, isn't there? Because he never really saw Anne Hathaway very often and stayed away a lot of the time. I don't know, maybe he was a big
He might have
gay
been
icon.
transgender for all I know. I mean, I don't...
Biggins, I'm looking at you.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think that goes for the profession too. I mean, I do think I remember seeing Macbeth in London with Judi Dench and Ian McKellen, and it was one of the most exciting evenings ever. And it was a cold night at the Donmar Theatre, outside and inside, and that gave it atmosphere. There are certain things that you go along and see something else, and you think, I'll walk out in the interval.
Yeah. Macbeth is a sexy play, though.
Let's talk about, there's so many. Can I live to be 100?
Oh, this is depressing.
I think it is depressing. I like to stay here now. I don't want to live to 100.
Don't say that.
I'm right behind you.
I don't even want to. My father died at 63. That'll be me gone this year.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio, and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Now, workers in California could become the first in the United States to get a legal right to ignore their boss after office hours.
Yes, employees would be able to ignore all calls, texts and emails from their employers. And we're asking this morning, should Britain do the same?
Sounds heavenly, doesn't it? Former Apprentice star Ryan Mark Parsons joins us now, along with a broadcaster and relationship coach, Faima Mohammed. Good to see you both this morning.
Good to see you.
Right, Mark, what's going on? This sounds lovely and sensible and gives us all the chance for a good work-life balance.
No, I disagree. I think it's a great thing to work all the time. I was just in Malta. I was on holiday. I was celebrating my 24th birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. And I was having the best time, but I was getting calls from work. I was getting calls to go on shows, and I loved it. And I think people should embrace working outside of working hours.
But you're young.
Well, so what? I mean, you need to step it up then, if you're slightly older. And I think this comes with a host of issues. First of all, small businesses are already struggling with a lot of restrictions. Imagine enforcing these regulations. It just adds to stifling their growth and their competitiveness. I think we need to be supporting people in allowing them to work the hours they want to work instead of placing all of these rules on them. It's total overreach.
We need to be stepping up.
Stepping up. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, and certain industries do call for it. However, studying neuroscience and psychology, and just with my second degree, and coaching clients and working in the city when I was in my early 20s, and now coaching clients who burn out very easily. So it is really important for the brain to be able to maintain homeostasis so that we can have that optimal level. And you might not feel it now, but trust me, when you get older, or even in a very young age, you will burn out if you continue in that way, because it's really not healthy for your mind, body, and even physically.
So what you're saying is you've got to be able to switch off.
Absolutely. In fact, the brain actually works better when you do switch off and you allow that time, and even with sleep. And all these business people and gurus will have all of this great advice. But in the end, I know when I coach these clients who are in high professionals and whatever it may be, and the actual consequences is dire.
Think how good you could be if you'd actually enjoyed that holiday.
I'm not experienced any of that. I think if you enjoy work, ultimately, if you enjoy work and you enjoy what you do, I'm assuming you guys enjoy what you do. You'd love to get calls from the bosses at GB News.
But we still take breaks and we have to switch off.
I still need a nap. Right,
exactly.
I think it's great. And look, it comes with a host of issues. Number one, how are you going to enforce it? This bill is currently being proposed in California. $100 is a threat to businesses. That's so negligible. They don't even care if they're going to get fined $100.
Employ more people so that they don't have to rely on just, particular people with only having a small amount of pool to actually take that on, that
but
responsibility.
The thing is, what
so
about...
when they go at home, they go on holiday, they can switch off. It really does, impact your relationships. It impacts your health.
But
it impacts
let's
everything.
look at the practicalities and the logistics of enforcing
because
this. If you've got 1,000 employees and they're working around the world, how are you going to enforce these personal hours when you're operating from different time zones?
It's just life.
It's too difficult.
But that
it's just
doesn't
like when you
apply
switch
to
off.
most people and most companies.
Well, a lot of organisations do have lots of international offices and they're working from different time zones. So if we're talking about large organisations that would be operating in California, of course that's applicable to those companies.
But it's not saying, is it, you can't email, call or text. It's just saying, as an employee, you've got the right to ignore it.
You have the right to ignore it, but there is a caveat where if there's an emergency, the company can actually get in touch with the employee, and if they violate that rule 3 times, they get fined $100 at least. I mean, what's that to a massive organisation? It's so negligible. I think if you're actually going to enforce this, you need to have larger fines. But I think it's a great thing. Just embrace working outside of your personal time.
Absolutely not. Like I said, give yourself a few years, you'll be coming to coaching from me because you'll be burnt out.
Choose a job that you love. That's what I say.
What do you think about out-of-office messages? Would you put them on when you go to Malta, for example?
No, I didn't put anything on. I said...
So well, actually... work as normal?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think if I were to put anything on, I think I'd say, I'm in Malta, please call me anytime. I'm probably by the pool. I'm in the sunshine. Give me a call. Here's my number. Here's my email. Ring me up, dial me up.
I think you're bonkers.
Really?
If you have family and you've got an actual life outside of work, then it would actually be different.
I do have an actual life. I just enjoy what I do. That's what I'm saying. Maybe find a job that you enjoy.
I actually have got a job that I enjoy.
Well, you don't seem to be enjoying it.
Absolutely do. But
well,
I maintain...
maybe embrace it outside of working hours.
I meditate, I exercise, I travel.
You seem very sad in your job. I'm very happy in my job.
Believe me, I am not sad in my job.
Look, I love working and I love working and I love working.
And I'm very healthy and I'm twice your age.
Oh, well, there you go.
Wow.
There you go. Right, lovely. We shall leave it there. As I say, you're all entitled to your views. I think you might change yours, right, Mark?
Maybe when I'm as old as you guys.
Well, to be fair, you've got a while to go.
Well, I do have a long time, yeah.
I'm the oldest one here. Give it another 26 years and you'll be like, leave me alone.
Yeah, right,
especially
Mark,
on a Saturday.
Peter, thank you very much.
Oh.
You're welcome. Ooh, you will have an opinion on that one. Tell me the address.
gbnews.com/yoursay.
There you go.
There you go. Well, it's nice to be young and enthusiastic.
Well, yes, and the passion is good.
Thank you.
Very good.
I appreciate it.
All right, it's the Grand National today. Aidan's got all the tips, plus all the other sport for you in just a minute.
Farage, Monday to Thursday from 7 p.m.
There is a kind of a Mediterranean side to that as well, because my mother came from that side, you know, a big family. And I think there is that sense of community where family is kind of key. And I think that's really kind of what we sort of try and continue, really. I mean, certainly with children and stuff like that, you know, Sunday lunches were always, you know, the big thing.
Yeah,
really.
But if you go down the Old Kent Road today...
Very different. Very different, yeah. And that was quite some time ago as well, because we were very close to where the Thomas à Becket was.
Yeah, I know. The boxing upstairs and all the rest of it. Yep.
And I did go down there not so long ago, actually, and it really is very, very different. I mean, I'm not saying that's necessarily bad. I think we have a different view of things.
Most people in London, Nicky, don't even know the names of the next-door neighbours.
No, true.
We've completely lost that sense of community that you grew up with, that you knew. I think it's a real problem.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say sometimes I'm a bit guilty of it where I am now as well. You live in big houses, and I do see my neighbours, but, you know, it's not quite the same as it was back.
Now, I guess from that background, you're a teenager, you want to become a hairdresser.
Yeah,
that must have been quite a difficult call.
Yeah, that one was a really good call. My dad went, oh, God, what? I mean, it was just very funny. And certainly from the point of view of, you know, this was the early 70s. So it wasn't really the kind of the choice that most people would do.
No, but you did. Why?
I don't know, actually. I mean, I went to a grammar school and I didn't do as well in the final exams, and I was kind of forced into sort of leaving. And you suddenly go, ooh, no idea what to do here, really. Yeah. But the idea of doing something in fashion, and, you know, I really kind of... I know that I was given some really good advice, actually, by somebody that said, just start at the bottom. Don't necessarily go to, you know, college or whatever. There may not be anything wrong with those, but just start at the bottom, go to the best place you can and start sweeping the floor.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And why it matters to you. From your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you. Good afternoon, Britain. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Camila Tominey. This is GB News, Britain's election channel.
Still just calming down from that last debate.
Very lively, wasn't
Jane Mardell says, wait until he gets older. That's Ryan Mark Parsons. No experience of life at 24.
I enjoy the enthusiasm, though.
Yes. A clash of generations, says Stephen Warden, that was there. Well, you know, it's good to be young and enthusiastic. I can't knock that.
No, and just one on tattoos, because this made me laugh. David says, my wife, on hearing about the 89-year-old getting a tattoo for the first time, she says she'll regret it when she's older. Thought you'd enjoy that. Very good, David.
Very good. Aidan's got the sport. Good morning.
Good morning. I interviewed the most tattooed footballer in the game about 15 years ago. Well, I thought he was anyway. He's a guy called Darren Curry. I went to his house and with my News of the World days, we did all photos and everything. I actually said to him, are you the most tattooed footballer in the country? And he said to me, how the hell do I know? That's a good point, really, isn't it? But how would you know, But he left a permanent mark on the game, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Get off.
Now, there's one big story in town.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got the 176th Grand National later today at Aintree, starting at 4 o'clock. 16 fences, 4.5 miles. Huge controversy, though, Ellie, surrounding the build-up to this race, like I've never seen before, I have to say. I mean, it was a fairly recent event that you know, we'd look back on and say, or look ahead to and say to ourselves, well, you know, what about the winners? What about the tips? What about the riders? What about the horses who can win us a few quid? But the narrative has switched quite markedly in recent years towards animal safety. Animal Rising said last week, the animal welfare charity, or pressure group rather, they said that they would not be disturbing this year's race. They feel they've started a conversation enough around this point. Having said that, Merseyside Police have promised a ring of steel around the track. Beyond that, we're talking about last night or yesterday, we had Ladies' Day. We saw 2 fatalities. The RSPCA have called on the British Horse Racing Association to launch an investigation into that. So there's just controversy wherever you go. And I just wonder whether there's a future for this race for much longer. How long before sponsors?
Please, it'll
no, I
never
agree.
stop.
No, I agree. I'm with you, but I just look at sponsors and think how long before it becomes a toxic event which they don't feel they can get involved in because certain organisations put pressure on them not to advertise. That's what I fear. But nonetheless, there is still a race taking place. I'm going to say my tip now, actually. And remember the rules for my tips as well, right? If I get them right, I'll remind you of them, and we'll cut it up and we'll play them tomorrow. If they don't come in, then we don't mention them again, OK? But I'm going for 50-1 Glen Gooley. That's the one I fancy.
Glen Gooley?
Glen Gooley, yeah.
Glen Gooley.
No, Glen Gooley.
Glen Gooley.
Yeah, it's not one of my mates.
I had it right, thank you.
You did have it right.
Glen Gooley.
The confidence in which you corrected me.
Korak
Glen
Rambler.
Gooley.
Korak Rambler is the favourite. This horse is going to be could be one of the few to win it back to back, following in the footsteps of Red Rum. So look, it should be a fantastic race. Still, we're hoping, but as I say, just mired in controversy these days, sadly.
Yeah. Okay. Aidan, we're out of time.
No.
Sorry.
Ginganguli to you. All I can say. Watch her. Right, we've got the papers heading away in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
The perception of a crime being committed is not based on whether that person intended to commit a crime or not, but whether the victim, in inverted commas, or anybody else for that matter who happened to hear whatever was said, determines that it was motivated by malice or ill will. Most of these things come out in heated exchanges or in, very casual exchanges. And then somebody says, oh, I'm offended or I'm hurt or I'm whatever because this was clearly malicious and it's against me as a black person or a transgender or sexuality, whatever it might be. And somebody says, I perceive this to be motivated by hate. Now, at that point, what is the reasonable test that anybody could apply as to what was in somebody's mind at the time? You don't know what I'm thinking now. I don't know what you're thinking now. Why is it that a crime can be committed on the basis of what somebody is alleged to be thinking?
Well, that's also how discrimination often works, because people have worked out these days that saying something or sending an email like one I received some years ago that said, let's go round her place with pickaxe handles and balaclavas and see what we can do. Now, that's an email that was sent about me. People have worked out that you don't do that. But from the circumstance of what happens, if racial taunts were being shouted, if taunts about someone's protected characteristic were being shouted in the run-up to what then happened, it would be pretty obvious that that was a hate crime.
But we know, for example, that street preachers have been arrested merely for quoting the Bible and without actually intending, anything beyond that.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQs live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQs live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Time for the papers now. Stephanie Tetchy and Kevin Schofield are here. Good morning, both. All right, Kevin, Liz Truss was not happy with her Downing Street flat, according to the Daily Mail. Thank heaven she didn't have to stay in it.
Yeah. Well, fortunately for her, the Tory party kicked her out before things got too bad for her. Yeah, she was only there for 44 days, but she's managed to get a book deal out of it, unsurprisingly, and so that's been serialised in the Daily Mail. And among her complaints about the flat above number 11, where she very briefly lived, she says that the place was infested with fleas, which she suggests were down to Boris and Carrie's dog Dylan, which isn't. There was no conclusive evidence. But, putting two and two together, there was a dog here not so long ago. So the whole place had to be sprayed with flea killer. And she spent several weeks itching. Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe she was a bit distracted.
That's why she looks. I've never known a Prime Minister look so uncomfortable in a role.
Yeah.
I know some of you may like her. She just never looked comfortable.
It wasn't a great fit in many ways, but you're right. She did always seem a bit kind of out of place, really. But no, I mean, she
it might have just been the flea infestation.
Well, that might have been it. But she complains about everything. The megaphones from protesters at White House, you heard that all hours of the day and night. The clock on horse guards chimed every quarter of an hour, kept her awake at night.
And she said she had to organise her own hair and makeup appointments.
I mean, how can she be expected
Imagine
to run the
that,
country as
having
well?
to organise your own hair and makeup appointments.
Does she sound out of touch with this, do you think, Stephanie? I was just reading she felt like she was being held prisoner in this flat.
I think from the get-go she was out of her depth, and I think she didn't realise all that comes with being the Prime Minister of this country. And it's one of those things where be careful what you wish for. And I think for her, she just had this eye-opener of what it is to be at number 10.
Yeah. But she's not going quietly.
No, she hasn't. She still has a political career. So, and one thing I like about Liz is that despite all the criticism, she still manages to speak her truth, and she's still a public figure. So kudos to her in that sense.
As much as the Tories would probably like her to go away and shut up, well, certainly the Prime Minister would like her to. Because every time she's in the papers, Labour throw a party. They're constantly trying to remind the public of Liz Truss.
This is what happens.
This is good for them, definitely.
Can we have a look at the RSPCA, Stephanie? I like the RSPCA.
Yeah.
I've always been a supporter. I like to protect animals, but they say we can't kill snails.
Yeah, so they've just released a new video.
Seems a bit over the top.
It really is. They've just released a new video which has been branded woke because they're doing a rebrand. For this video, you hear Aretha Franklin's Respect, but it's got images of such as someone killing a spider with a newspaper, someone stepping on a snail, which they are all saying is animal cruelty. A lot of critics are coming out and saying, actually, no, the RSPCA are going away from what they're supposed to be doing, which is concentrating on the welfare of domestic animals. But the executive, Chris Sherwood, he's saying, actually, every animal deserves respect and deserves to have a fulfilling life. But it's so hard if you're trying to, if you accidentally step on a snail.
Well, if you do it accidentally.
You can't be then
I always feel bad if I do that and you hear it crunch. You feel terrible. You do feel bad.
Or killing a spider in your room. I'm sorry, I'm going to whack it. I do not want... Actually, people might come after me, sorry, but I just don't like them in my room.
I have to say, I did let one out of the window yesterday.
You?
That's very Christian of you.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I
don't like them.
Yeah.
I try to... If they're really big...
Yeah.
I'll maybe use a bit of toilet roll or something to pick them up, rather have it on my hand.
I'm not brave enough.
And then I'll try not to kill them.
I just get scared that they'll fall on my face while I'm sleeping, so I'm just like...
Anyway.
Well, apparently you eat like 7 a year or something.
What?
Or is it 7 in your lifetime? That sounds wonderful.
7 a year?
Yeah, because they just crawl
into your mouth.
Yeah. I am trying to readdress my relationship with animals because this week I saw this documentary, I Could Never Go Vegan, and then you see some horrific scenes of how people treat animals. So I do think you do have to think about respecting them.
Yeah, OK. Well, there's a thought. You can get in touch on that one if you would like to. gbnews.com/yoursay.
Kevin, Stephanie, thank you very much indeed. Aidan McGivern now has your weather.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even a few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly blustery and increasingly showery. Some low cloud at first across western parts, and we've got this area of rain moving into northern and western England as well as Wales. And that'll tend to fizzle as we go into the afternoon and as it approaches the Midlands. Meanwhile, Scotland and Northern Ireland will be very unsettled with a gusty wind. Areas of rain followed by showers and sunny spells. Some of these showers will be lively. But ahead of all that, East Anglia and the southeast keep the sunny spells and highs of 19 or 20 Celsius. Into the evening, and the showers and longer spells of rain tend to push eastwards, and actually it turns mostly dry once again across England and Wales, eastern Scotland as well. Showers continuing for for the rest of Scotland as well as Northern Ireland, along with a gusty wind. Where we've got lighter winds elsewhere, it's going to be a chilly night, certainly a cold night compared with the last few nights, with temperatures dipping below 5 Celsius in places. But a bright start to the day on Sunday. We've got plenty of sunshine for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland. Showers from the word go across central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland. And then those showers develop more widely across the rest of Scotland, into northern England, parts of Wales. Stays bright, though, towards the southeast. Here, we'll have highs of 15 Celsius, feeling cooler but pleasant enough.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
This is your chance to win our biggest prize of the year so far. First, there's a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash for you to spend this summer. Then, we want to send you on a bespoke 7-night small boat cruise for two worth £10,000. Thanks to Variety Cruises, you'll be able to choose from any of their 2025 Greek adventures and discover Greece like never before. And with flights, meals, drinks and excursions included, all you have to do is relax. We'll also give you these terrific travel treats. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
This new hate crime bill on women's issues, you think this is the least funny April Fool's joke in history?
Yeah, although the Scottish Government and the Scottish Police do seem to be trying to make a bit of a joke of it when, you know, their campaign Hate Hurts is fronted by a hate monster who's a sort of cuddly, bright red Muppet-style thing. And some of the things that Humza Yousaf said about it were from a soft play centre over the weekend. But yeah, it's really not a joke. It's not actually clever lawyers who know the wording of the law who enforce the law. It's the police. And the police have basically not been trained on this at all. There's a 2-hour online training course they're meant to have done, and lots of them haven't already done it. And we know from the way that the police have been talking about it that they're wildly overstretching what it might actually be to be, in particular, abusive, which is one of the words in the new law, and specifically on the issue of transgender identity. To claim that just noticing the fact that there are two sexes and that sex can't change is meant to be hateful, that, you know, even after years of trying to study it, I can't understand why people hold this belief. But it's part and parcel of a pattern of legal measures that the Scottish Government has either introduced or has sought to introduce. So it tried to introduce gender self-ID, but that was overruled by Westminster because it was out of the power of the devolved government. It's still attempting to bring in a conversion therapy law, which sounds nice but isn't nice. It actually criminalises proper ethical treatment of gender-confused youngsters. They're trying to say that men who have certificates saying that they're women count as women for a particular measure to do with public boards. And then this hate crime law, which tries to make it really difficult for someone to talk in a factual, reality-based, clear, understandable way about all these measures. It all adds up to a sort of an authoritarian attempt to deny the fact that human beings are mammals and come in two sexes, and that recognising that matters for women's rights especially.
Good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock, Saturday the 13th of April. Today, Labour's Deputy Leader Angela Rayner promises to step down if she's found to have committed a criminal offence, something she denies. Sir Keir Starmer says he's confident she hasn't broken any rules.
I'm satisfied with the answers that she has given repeatedly now on this. She will cooperate with the investigation as you would expect.
Washington deploys additional military assets to the Middle East over the threat of an Iranian strike that could come in the next 48 hours.
The state of California could make it legal for workers to ignore messages from their boss after hours. We're asking today if Britain should follow suit.
An 89-year-old care home resident makes her teenage dreams come true by getting her first tattoo. But we're asking this morning, can you be too old to get inked?
And it's one of the big sporting calendar days at Aintree with the Grand National. Sophie Reaper is there for us today.
A historic race at a historic racecourse. The countdown to the Grand National is well and truly on. We'll be bringing you all the atmosphere here from Aintree.
What a wonderful hat. Anyway, away from Aintree, it's another huge weekend of sport. Tottenham travel to Newcastle in the 12:30 Premier League showdown. And in golf, it's been called the Tiger Feat. Tiger Woods sets a record by making the halfway cut for the 24th consecutive year at the Augusta Masters.
Marked contrasts in our weather across the UK today. Warm and bright for some, blustery and showery for others. I'll have the full details in the forecast coming up shortly.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
What are people saying, Miss Costello? Because my computer's just crashed.
Oh, well, that's not good, is it?
No, it's not.
Debbie Big Bird, really enjoying these names, says if you get a tattoo at 20, you've still got it at 70, so it doesn't make any difference, surely, when you get it. Well, isn't your skin thinner when you're older? I would worry about how painful it would be and also what it would look like on older skin.
Well, it doesn't matter. As long as it's all about the joy. No, it's all about the joy of having it. And if you've got... Too many people get tattoos and then for a whim, and then of course you've got to live with it. You've got to get a tattoo. If you're going to get a tattoo, you've got to be something you want. This lady wants it at 89, so why not?
Wow.
I took Anne Diamond of this parish.
You did take Anne Diamond.
I took Anne Diamond to get her first tattoo.
You did.
Well, I got my first tattoo at the same time. We went together.
Did you?
Yeah.
Now, I didn't know that. I thought you were tatted for years.
No. So it was about 7 or 8 years ago.
That's so cute.
So we went and had them done together, yeah.
Oh.
So there you go.
And had you both thought about it for a long time before?
Yeah. We both fancied one, and
That's nice.
got it done in toaster.
It always surprises me that both of you have got tattoos, I think. I don't know why.
People are always very surprised at my tattoos. I've got quite a few tattoos.
It's very tatted. It's all here.
Oh, well, actually, this arm, actually. Oh. There's none on this arm at all, but thanks for...
Anyway, you get the idea.
I've got them all over now.
You do, yeah.
I've got one here.
Would you say they're addictive?
I can see how they would get addictive. I quite fancy some more, actually.
Do you? See, this is the thing.
But you see, Casey, you've got to make sure you're getting you're getting something that you want to keep forever.
I wonder what that lady got, the 89-year-old.
Oh, she got a Snoopy.
A Snoopy?
Snoopy. You know, the cartoon character Snoopy.
I do know the Snoopy character,
yeah. That's what she had, Snoopy.
All right, yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
She wants it, why not? 89, do what you like. Anyway, we're debating that a little bit later on because we've got someone on who thinks you shouldn't. Kill it.
And just on this spiders thing, you really make me laugh on this forum. We're just talking about spiders, and I was suggesting, I think there's 7 spiders in your lifetime, must be in your lifetime, climb into your mouth when you're sleeping. Charlie Brown's been in touch saying, I'd like to know who's sitting up in the dark watching 7 spiders a year or a lifetime being eaten by sleepers that Ellie knows about.
Yeah,
Imagine someone just sat there at the door.
That's a very good point. How do we know that? It could be total lies.
Yeah, and David says, thanks, Ellie. I was eating my porridge when you mentioned eating the spiders. Thanks for that. Porridge is not very tasty now.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a crunchy porridge. Sorry.
Anyway, there you go. If you want to get in touch, and actually, a lot of you getting in touch on serious stuff, but actually, it's quite nice to have a bit of lighter chat as well.
Oh, we need it.
So we need the light and shade. Anyway, so you go to gbnews.com/yoursay, and then here's all the details.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family. Simply go to gbnews.com/yoursay.
Oh, and Livy Wilkes says, you look like you're off to the races today.
Not doing.
Oh, we're not.
Well, I'd be in a much bigger hat. Well, I'd be in a hat to start with, actually, if I was off to the races.
Yeah, you do. You've been to the races before,
I have.
You had a bag that looked like a glitter ball, I seem to recall.
A disco ball.
A disco ball.
Good times. And shoes that look like little Cinderella slippers. Anyway. Sophie Reaper looks fabulous this morning. We're going to be hearing from her in a few minutes. She's got a lovely big blue fascinator. Somebody's been in touch saying she looks fabulous.
She does look fabulous.
But I've now lost it because there's just so many of you getting in touch.
She doesn't want to get that dressed up for work, does she? She's making a special effort today.
I know. It's great. Oh, Catherine White. Wow, wow, wow. Sophie looks wonderful this morning. There you go. Should we talk about our top story this morning?
We better crack on with it, hadn't we? It's all about Angela Rayner, the Labour deputy leader. She has said she will step down if it's determined that she's committed a criminal offence over her tax affairs all over the sale of a council house in Stockport a decade ago. So questions being asked about whether she paid the right amount of tax all based on whether or not it was her main home.
Yes, well, in a statement, Angela Rayner said the questions raised relate to a time before she was an MP and she's taken expert tax and legal advice. Sir Keir Starmer says Labour welcomes the investigation. Well, let's get the thoughts now of former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. Good to see you this morning, Charlie.
Good morning.
And this is just not going away, is it, for the Labour Party? It's become somewhat of a headache.
Yes, the Rayner row rumbles on and on, doesn't it? I've had lots of time to think about that. Yes, all that chatter of being inked by Anne Diamond gave me enough time to think of a few things. Probably a few slightly more interesting things for myself to see this morning.
Is this a storm in a teacup, or does this have a serious point to it, do you think? Could big implications?
I think it's got huge implications, actually. I know it's a story that the Labour Party are quite prepared to just sort of, wish away and think it's something that's being fanned by the Tories. But it's all about fairness. And, if you are an incoming government, or you want to be seen as an incoming government that does things differently from the past, you want to be transparent, you want to be open, you want to be straight with the public when these kinds of questions are asked. And the reality is, even if it is found that Angela Rayner has done something wrong, where she hasn't paid capital gains tax on the sale of her right to buy a home, a policy, by the way, which she opposed, so there's a level of hypocrisy there, but, it's a rule. It's a rule for... well, it sounds like Angela Rayner didn't understand some of the rules that were going on
That's
there.
my watch going off for some reason.
But, whether it's the electoral law, where she was registered in 2 different properties, whether she was claiming single person's benefit, a discount, a housing benefit discount, when her brother is allegedly staying at one of the properties. There's so many things wrapped up in this story when there are questions to ask. To simply just dismiss it, I think, has been an error of judgment on behalf of Angela Rayner, not least of all because she's had to allow every other shadow cabinet minister that's appeared on your Brilliant Breakfast programme to just be asked questions about Angela Rayner rather than focusing on the issues that the Labour Party want to talk about.
I mean, it's a lot of people saying, getting in touch, saying it's a split between sort of lock her up and leave her alone, really. The issue is, the problem with this is, and what I think damages her reputation, is that even if it is found that she has done nothing wrong at all, she could have cleared this up ages ago.
Totally. And, again, it would be raising questions about the Labour Party operation. Sir Keir Starmer has staked his reputation on being the former Director of Public Prosecutions and yet has failed to even look at the advice that Angela has received. He's given her what he described as her full support, his full support to her. But even if, I would have thought that he'd want to look at that advice, and if he concludes differently to what Angela Rayner is saying, where she's saying that she's taken advice and she feels as though she's done nothing wrong, if the leader of the Labour Party felt otherwise, then she could have easily come out to say, well, I interpreted it in one particular way. My boss, the leader of the Labour Party, has interpreted it in a slightly different way. He knows slightly more probably than Angela, and I'm tackling the issue. I'm being open about it with the public. It would be a small fee to pay, or if it's capital gains tax that she hasn't paid, which is the allegation, you could easily say, I've made a mistake, my life is quite complicated, I'm paying it back, versus all the other issues that you may hear about other politicians not paying their tax at all. She could have owned it, she could have dealt with it, she could have actually got more respect from the public by being open and honest and transparent, which is what they claim, the Labour Party are claiming that they want to be as a government, more transparent, more open. And so it just allows there to be the question of a cover-up, and it's always a cover-up, never the crime that gets you in the end.
The problem is, though, that it's a stick. They've given the Tories a stick to beat the Labour Party with in an election year, and so they're not going to let go of that, are they? I mean, that's the problem. They're quite right when they say, well, the Tories are jumping all over this. Well, of course they are.
Well, quite right too, as you'd expect, but not least of all because Angela Rayner, at any given opportunity, has called for a series of Conservative ministers to resign at the first opportunity. So it smacks of hypocrisy. It hasn't been handled in terms of communications in the right way. And the most serious thing about it, I think, which doesn't always get the limelight, is that if the Labour Party are going to come into government, she would not only be the Deputy Prime Minister, but she has another role as Shadow Secretary of State for the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities. The allegations labelled against her are to do with
housing, obviously not paying capital gains tax, opposing the right to buy a home that she bought in the first place, claiming single person's discount, allegedly when her brother was living in one of those properties, and being a victim of, or being convicted, potentially, of electoral fraud, when she would be the Secretary of State running the department that oversees all of those areas. So it is, I'm afraid, a very, very difficult situation for her. And I think the Labour Party have somehow felt as though that they can just whack this away as it's sort of a right-wing media story and not something that they should actually front up, because it is now cutting through very much to the public.
OK. Charlie, we'll see you a little bit later on. For now, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So.
Indeed. Angela Rayner, who is the Deputy Leader at the Labour Party, has given us this statement saying, "I've repeatedly said I would welcome the chance to sit down with the appropriate authorities, including the police and HMRC, to set out the facts and draw a line under this matter. I'm completely confident I've followed the rules at all times. I've always said that integrity and accountability are important in politics. That's why it's important that this is urgently looked at independently and without political interference."
Right, it's the Grand National today. Let's head up there to Aintree, should we? Because Sophie Reaper is looking fantastic this morning, ready to roll. It looks like you're going to have a great day, Sophie.
Well, very good morning to you both. I hope that is indeed the case. The weather, as it stands, is holding out for us. They're just getting ready over there now. Of course, less than 8 hours now until the historic Grand National will be run. We're here at Aintree, and joining me now is one of the jockeys who will be running in this year's Grand National, Patrick Mullins. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Talk to me about this year's race. I know you've run in the National before, but talk to me about this year, your horse, and what you think your chances will be like.
Yeah, well, I ride Statler, and we had a win together 2 years ago in Cheltenham, so we know each other very well. Look, obviously all the rain is a little bit of a negative for him, but he's a fantastic jumper, and I think he's going to be a great spin in the race. I really can't wait for it.
Talk to me about Aintree and the Grand National. Obviously there are other very, very famous horse races, but is there something particularly special about running in the Grand National at Aintree?
There is. I mean, this is the pinnacle of our sport. It's a unique course. There's no other course like this in the world. The history behind it. This is a race that started in the late 1800s. I think Liverpool and England should be very proud of the tradition. I would have grown up in the sport and watching black and white videos of Red Rum and Crisp, and reading about horses winning at Troytown, the first Irish winner, and back in the early 1900s. It's just, there's nothing else quite like it in our sport.
You can tell when you speak about it that it's something you're really passionate about. We were speaking just before we came on, actually, and I said to you, didn't I, that you're quite tall for a jockey. So what is it that made you want to get into it? Talk to me a bit about your history.
Well, my father and my grandfather both rode and both trained horses. My aunts and uncles train and ride. It's all our family. It's what we do. It's our lifestyle. And my father won the National in 2005 with Hedge Hunter, and he's got 8 runners this year. And I think maybe we have 2 ones with very good chances, Mr. Incredible and Meeting of the Waters. So hopefully we might be able to get number 2 on the board.
Sounds like racing's absolutely in your blood. What do you think we should be expecting here at Aintree today? Do you think the crowds will be really getting behind the riders?
Yeah, look, every time we come to Liverpool, the city embraces jockeys and trainers and everyone so well. We love coming here. It's great fun. It's great racing. There's great prize money. And every year you come here, there's history is made. So I know there's a few changes this year. There's less runners and the start's a bit closer, but I don't think that'll take away from the race. I think that's just the race evolving, and I think it'll be a great day out.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And of course, we wish you the best of luck at GB News. Thank you so much for your time. We will be bringing you all of the latest atmosphere. Of course, it's really rather quiet at Aintree right now, but as the punters start to arrive, we'll be bringing you all the atmosphere here from Aintree.
Wonderful stuff. Beautiful in blue, Sophie. Thank you so much.
Now, on to more serious matters for you this morning, because Washington is deploying more military assets near Israel amid reports that Iran is preparing to launch a missile attack, potentially in the next 2 days.
Well, this comes after 2 Iranian generals were killed in an airstrike in Syria, an attack that Tehran has blamed on the Israel Defense Force.
Well, Iran's supreme leader issued a chilling warning that Israel will be punished, as one of his advisors claimed that no Israeli embassies are safe.
Well, earlier we spoke to defence editor for the Evening Standard, Robert Fox.
It's the word inevitable, but the temperature has gone up
quite considerably over the past 10, 12, 14 hours, particularly as the news cycle was closing down in the evening in America. That it's interesting that just prior to that, Biden's team had been suggesting that there were back channels. They were talking to Iran and they'd asked them to delay. And there seemed to be even the Israeli commentary suggesting strategic patience, which means we're holding off for a bit. Then suddenly it has changed. We've heard that these assets, by the way, unspecified. The Americans are observing very tight operational secrecy. I suspect there's a further carrier group on the way, moving up into the Mediterranean. And by the way, Cyprus will be involved because the thing they seem to be worried about now is, as you said in the introduction, a missile strike. But we haven't been having missile strikes. We've been having rocket. And there were lots of rockets from Hezbollah, the proxy, in South Lebanon into northern Israel. But then there was an ominous upgrade yesterday in that they're using these sophisticated drones that we've seen deployed in Ukraine by the Russians, Iranian, and they're getting better and better. There's a lot of improvement, which has taken Western observers by surprise, dropping bombs, small bombs, and must be an unspoken fear that the air defense system, very famous, one of the best, most effective in world arms, the Iron Dome, could be overwhelmed, could be swamped. And that's why America's made it absolutely clear that they're right behind Israel. The commander, central command, he's gone in and has said that he will direct operations if there are direct attacks.
What do you think a strike could look like? I mean, we're being told that it's going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. How would we know that? Why would we have such a specific time frame? And then what do you think those strikes would look like? Are we talking about military targets? Are we talking about civilian? We're
talking Israeli intelligence, which has been very specific. And the reason why, sorry to go back up again, why they killed Mohammed Zahedi, as well as the other commanders, but particularly he, and it's quite clear from the briefings from Israeli intelligence, from Shin Bet, as well as Mossad, that he is thought to have been the man who said, yes, sorry, I'm holding up my thumb to Hamas, go ahead with the massacre of October the 7th. The Netanyahu coalition government is specifically blaming him. So it's going to be reciprocal.
More on that throughout the morning, of course. But now let's have a look at the weather for you with Aidan.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even a few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly blustery and increasingly showery. Some low cloud at first across western parts, and we've got this area of rain moving into northern and western England as well as Wales. And that'll tend to fizzle as we go into the afternoon and as it approaches the Midlands. Meanwhile, Scotland and Northern Ireland will be very unsettled with a gusty wind. Areas of rain followed by showers and sunny spells. Some of these showers will be lively. But ahead of all that, East Anglia and the southeast keep the sunny spells and highs of 19 or 20 Celsius. Into the evening, and the showers and longer spells of rain tend to push eastwards, and actually it turns mostly dry once again across England and Wales, eastern Scotland as well. Showers continuing for much of the rest of Scotland as well as Northern Ireland, along with a gusty wind. Where we've got lighter winds elsewhere, it's going to be a chilly night, certainly a cold night compared with the last few nights, with temperatures dipping below 5 Celsius in places. But a bright start to the day on Sunday. We've got plenty of sunshine for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland. Showers from the word go across central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland. And then those showers develop more widely across the rest of Scotland, into northern England, parts of Wales. Stays bright, though, towards the southeast. Here, we'll have highs of 15 Celsius, feeling cooler but pleasant enough.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, it's time for our biggest giveaway of the year so far. Your chance to win £10,000 in cash, luxury travel items and a 2025 Greek cruise worth £10,000. It's a big prize package, isn't it?
It's worth about...
You're doing your maths.
£20,000.
Very good.
And it could be yours. Here's how.
Variety Cruises have been sailing since 1942, and thanks to them, you could set sail in 2025. You have the chance to win a 7-night small boat cruise for two worth £10,000. With your flights, meals, drinks and excursions included, you can choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. You'll also win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash that you can use to make this summer spectacular. We'll also treat you to these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text WIN to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, best of luck to you on that one. Still to come, how old is too old to get a tattoo? We're going to be talking about that this morning.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Dubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Patrick Christys Tonight, weekdays from 9 p.m.
I'm delighted to welcome Andrew Doyle, who was behind that comedy event in Edinburgh last night. Andrew, great stuff. Look, what's the mood like on the ground in Scotland?
Well, I mean, certainly at last night's event at Comedy Unleashed in Edinburgh, there was a sense of relief that we're all gathering and we're all laughing at this stuff. We're just laughing at the way that the police have approached this, the way the SNP have approached it. Various people from various of the protected characteristics that you must not mock or offend were mocking each other. It was just a reminder that actually these are just jokes. We're just having a laugh. We're just exercising our creative freedom and our freedom of speech. The mood, I think, is generally one of disbelief that Humza Yousaf and the SNP have pushed through this crazy authoritarian draconian law, irrespective of all the criticisms that have come from senior members of the police, members of the judiciary, members of the public, the QCs, various bodies have all said this is not workable because the police have said that they will investigate absolutely every complaint. And although they've said they won't target comedians, they're going to end up investigating comedians if the complaints come in, because that's what they've pledged to do.
Well, that's it. So conceivably, and this is how ridiculous and unenforceable it is, if someone had reported you last night in that audience, the police would have had to have investigated you, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And whether they would have taken it any further will come down to the individual police officer. We had Siobhan Brown from the SNP on the BBC the other day, and she was asked very clearly about this. You know, who makes the decision what to investigate and what not to investigate, how to take it forward? She said it's a matter of individual police judgment. Now, the problem with that, of course, is there are activists within the police force in Scotland. We've caught them at it before. Now, the fact that they're not going to pursue J.K. Rowling after she challenged them is partly probably just cowardice, because she's got a lot of power and clout behind her. But if it was a complaint about us, a bunch of comedians in a small room in Edinburgh, they might well have taken it further.
At 8:25, just want to bring you some breaking news, and a major incident has been declared in a shopping centre in Sydney after reports that multiple people have been stabbed.
Well, Sydney resident Adrian Falk joins us now. Adrian, what do we understand has happened?
Yes, good morning. Unfortunately, this afternoon here in Sydney, it's been a sunny day outdoors, but inside there's been terror in a shopping centre, Westfield Bondi. Unfortunately, we've heard there's been an attack Now, I don't know if it's been deemed a terror attack as of yet. 4 people have been dead, announced dead, including a 9-month-old baby taken to an emergency room. I believe allegedly the mother of that baby has been announced dead as well, which is very unfortunate. People running everywhere. I've seen horrendous footage. These types of scenes, you know, people associate normally in the Middle East, which shouldn't be happening there. People need to stand up and take note that this type of terror is not okay. And no, it's horrendous.
Also reports of shots being fired, Adrian, we're hearing, but that might be down to the police dealing with a suspect. Have you heard anything on that front?
Yeah, I'm seeing photos of the suspect walking around with a massive knife and then people, you know, running in fear. Even, you know, reports actively that no Junction, which is literally just meters away, there is still an active scene. There's police helicopters flying around as we speak. And the whole, you know, the whole of Australia, and I think the world is waking up to tragic news that unfortunately these types of terrorist scenes can be happening in anyone's backyard at any time. And this is something that the world needs to stand up and take note of.
I mean, Adrian, we've just seen across our screens TikToks, panic TikToks being made of people evacuating that shopping centre. This is a Saturday afternoon in Sydney, isn't it? Lots of people would have been out just shopping with their friends and family. You can only imagine the scenes of panic inside that shopping centre.
It's literally a place I frequent many times a day. My office, where I work from, is situated meters from Westfield Bondi. It's packed with gyms, school kids. Today is the first day of school holidays here in Sydney as well. So young kids, teenagers, families are just out and about enjoying their daily lives. Unfortunately, they shouldn't be confronted with these scenes of terror. I've heard, you know, a family friend was just meters away where the hacker was actually shot. So, you know, the post-traumatic stress disorder of so many involved, it's not just the casualties, but the aftermath and what this is going to play on people's mental health is horrendous.
It certainly will have a big effect on anyone involved in this. What can you tell us about the terror threat levels in Australia at the moment? I mean, was there a sense that people were on alert for something, or has this come absolutely out of the blue?
Look, I think since the 7th of October attacks, definitely here in the eastern suburbs, we've felt an increased threat amongst, I guess, the community and what's going on. Even though we seem so far away, as we know, terror can strike anywhere. And it's really sad to see that this is now may have happened. And, you know, even whether this may not be deemed a terrorist attack or not, even so, the level of threat that currently is happening within our community is horrendous. And I don't think anyone or any culture or any religion should ever have to put up with this.
No, absolutely not. Adrian, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for the update on that.
Thank you.
We will keep you across that, but obviously, as it was, you've got to be clear with this sort of things happens. We don't know if this was a terror attack at this stage. We don't know what the motive was. We understand from the police that they have shot someone they believe to be the perpetrator of this, but there are reports that 4 people have died as a result of this knife attack at the Westfield Bondi. So hugely disturbing. That information will be coming through. We'll get more and bring it to you as soon as we get our hands on that.
Yeah, of course we will. Sport will be next with Aidan after this short break.
I'm Gloria Di Piero. This is GB News, Britain's election channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christys. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christys tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain's newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
One more story in. Milton Keynes, absolute chaos in the city. 300-odd youths arrested or at least involved in a
stampede.
A stampede.
Yeah,
what's been going on?
A stampede through the...
there we are.
This is the video. So this is a stampede through a shopping centre in Milton Keynes. I think, Amy, you live there, don't you? You live nearby.
For those on radio, we can see literally hundreds, scores of kids.
I think there are about 300 kids.
Are they in school uniform?
Yeah, quite.
This is as they've broken up from school, presumably.
Security tried to intervene. They've been accused of being heavy-handed. But I think this speaks to the fact that the landscape of youth services has just been decimated and there's literally nothing for kids.
So hang on, whoa. You think that this has happened because social services have been diluted? This is because there's no police around, there's no oversight, there's no deterrent, and 300 kids think that they can run through a shopping centre, frightening shoppers out of their lives.
Going to a shopping
Amy,
centre.
sorry, my kids would not be behaving like that because there's no ping pong available at the local
Aren't your kids like
youth
age
centre.
4 and 5? These are teenagers, and our teenagers are headed into a world where there are no leisure services.
It's got nothing to do with crime. If we up the ante
everything
on basketball, it's not going to stop kids being stabbed on the street.
What creates antisocial behaviour is having nothing to do.
It's lack of discipline in the home, lack of discipline in the home, and lack of policing on the streets, and a judiciary and a penal system that is utterly liberal.
You're going right to the end of the line. What about the preventative measures?
But what about the people that these people affect by running through a shopping centre and stampeding? When there's mothers with kids in prams frightened out of their lives, and we're worried about the social services aspect
I'm talking about
that's perhaps led to
You're
it.
talking about stick, right?
Yeah. So how long does your solution take to resolve it? Mine takes about 30 seconds. More police, bang them up. Yours...
Russell, should parents be fined?
More police, bang them up.
Absolutely. And the kids should be taken to task.
Dear me, loads of you getting in touch on what's going on in Australia. We're going to get as much information on that as we can at the moment. It looks like 4 people have died, and it also seems that police may have shot the person behind this attack as well. It's at the Westfield shopping centre in Bondi Corner, I think they call it. Hugely disturbing, but obviously very, very early days on that. But we believe there are 4 fatalities so far. But we will, of course, bring you more information as soon as we get it.
Yes, we certainly will. Aidan McGee is with us now to run through all of the sports news. There's one big story in town, which, of course, the Grand National, Aidan.
Yeah, and I can't recall, Ellie, as much of a fuss around one race, which certainly doesn't concern what's actually going on the field of play. My tip, though, is going to be Glenn Gooley, for those who are interested, 50 to 1. I think you said you got 66 to 1 on one of the...
66 to 1 on one of the sites.
And you're going to have a flutter?
Apparently so, I've been told.
Oh.
I wouldn't know how to place a bet, to be fair.
No, it's quite easy online. But in terms of what's going on, Animal Rising said last week, they're the animal welfare pressure group. They said they're not going to disturb the race. They believe they generated enough of a conversation around this, and I think they've probably made a good point on that. But the winner gets £516,000. This is the 176th race. It's 4.5 miles long, and we're underway at 4 o'clock at Aintree. So we're looking ahead to that one in a big way. The RSPCA, though, have called for an investigation because there were 2 deaths on Ladies' Day yesterday, 2 fatalities of horses, and the organisers today have said that yes, they've done as much as they can to mitigate any kind of losses, but there are no guarantees in the sport, and we'll just have to see what plays out.
Yeah, we will.
Should we talk about Emma Raducanu?
Yeah, it's about time we spoke about Emma Raducanu,
Good
I
news,
think.
Isn't there?
Yeah, there is. She was a brilliant comeback victory against Caroline Garcia in the Billie Jean King Cup. Now, this isn't the biggest trophy you can or award you can win in tennis. It's not a major. It's not even the Davis Cup. But nonetheless, she came from behind to do the business. And, you know, it's 2.5 years now since she recorded that maiden slam win in Flushing Meadows in New York back in September 2021. She was 17 years old at the time. She did not even drop a set, Stephen. That was an extraordinary feat that we don't really speak about enough. But in the time since, she's been beset by injuries. There have been criticisms that she has engaged too much in media activity, perhaps even enjoyed the spotlight. I'm sure that she would counter that. And I think you also have to look at what mentally or psychologically it can do when you achieve that level of success at such a young age.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah, I mean, I think
that's a fair point.
I think that's a fair point as well. I think we understand more about that now than we did maybe 5-10 years ago. But I've also clung to the fact that the talent is clearly there. You cannot do that unless you are a genuine top-level elite contender. I think back to Pete Sampras back in 1990. He won the US Open. He didn't win anything again for 3 years because he had to make some changes to his game. So different problems to what we're talking about with Emma Raducanu. But nonetheless, it's not unusual, Ellie, for a standout act to come through, achieve something extraordinary, but then not repeat it again for 2 or 3 years after that. So that's what we're hoping with Emma Raducanu. And this is the first time in quite a while that I've seen her achieve something great on the court. Let's hope it continues.
Well, she's still very young. There's lots of time.
Oh, without doubt, without doubt. And in tennis these days, I mean, we've seen it certainly in the men's section, we've seen, well, in the women's as well. Players are going on until they're touching 40 now.
So there you go.
Ancient. Ancient. All right, Aidan, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
Good to see.
Thank you. Now, still to come, Paris gets a taste of delicious English pies. Wonder what they make of that.
I don't know. We'll tell you in just a minute.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
The perception of a crime being committed is not based on whether that person intended to commit a crime or not, but whether the victim, in inverted commas, or anybody else for that matter who happened to hear whatever was said, determines that it was motivated by malice or ill will. Most of these things come out in heated exchanges or in, very casual exchanges. And then somebody says, oh, I'm offended or I'm hurt or I'm whatever because this was clearly malicious and it's against me as a black person or a transgender or sexuality, whatever it might be. And somebody says, I perceive this to be motivated by hate. Now, at that point, what is the reasonable test that anybody could apply as to what was in somebody's mind at the time? You don't know what I'm thinking now. I don't know what you're thinking now. Why is it that a crime can be committed on the basis of what somebody is alleged to be thinking?
Well, that's also how discrimination often works, because people have worked out these days that saying something or sending an email like one I received some years ago that said, let's go round her place with pickaxe handles and balaclavas and see what we can do. Now, that's an email that was sent about me. People have worked out that you don't do that. But from the circumstance of what happens, if racial taunts were being shouted, if taunts about someone's protected characteristic were being shouted in the run-up to what then happened, it would be pretty obvious that that was a hate crime.
But we know, for example, that street preachers have been arrested merely for quoting the Bible and without actually intending anything beyond that.
Join me, Camila Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camila Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio, and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Time for a bit of politics. We are in an election year, of course, so let's talk to Shadow Levelling Up Minister Jim McMahon, who joins us now. Very good to see you this morning. Look, can we kick off? I know there's lots of things to talk about, but can we kick off with your Deputy Leader, Angela Rayner? Because this is, in some respects, a storm in a teacup. But the problem seems to be the fact that she could have cleared this up months ago and didn't. Was that a mistake, do you think?
Well, I think Angela has been transparent from the offset. She's answered the questions that have been put to her on every occasion, as all of us have, as we've been out on the airwaves and the question has been posed. And obviously now we are looking at the police investigation. We hope that's going to conclude sooner than later. My expectation is that I won't find any wrongdoing. It should draw a line under this because, as you referred to, I think a lot of people will see this as a storm in a teacup. But there is a contradiction, really, that people want politicians to act in the public interest, to act with integrity. And we've been very clear that over the last 14 years, the Tories have eroded standards in public life. They've eroded trust in politics, and they want people to believe that all politicians are the same. And so this attempt to throw mud, to drag us all into the gutter, is part of that very cynical attempt, I think, to undermine politics more broadly, which is why Angela has taken the moral high ground on this, and I think she's done that.
Look, moral high ground, fine, and you can say she's been transparent and she's answered the questions and she hasn't shied away from that, so fair play to her on that front. But the point is, she said she received expert advice, expert legal and tax advice. Release it. I mean, you can redact bits if it involves your children or people, your exes or anything else. Redact that information, but release what you were given. At least then we know where we're playing from.
Well, it's a matter for individuals about whether they choose or not to release private tax advice. I know that I don't need to see it. The matter, for me, looks minor. Clearly, there's interest in it and the questions get asked, and that's why we answer the questions. But, people will be going to the polling stations in a matter of only a few weeks, and they'll be making decisions about their local public services, the state of the roads, the state of the local park, whether they can get access to good public services like the NHS, what's the condition of their local school and the quality of education that's provided within it. These are big issues that are facing people on top of the cost of living crisis, where people are really still struggling to make ends meet and paying, eye-watering amounts in mortgage interest payments as a result of the Conservative mismanagement of the economy. And so these are the big issues that the country are grappling with, and they expect politicians to be addressing them.
Well, you're absolutely right, but all that requires money, which requires us to pay the right taxes, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and people should pay their fair amount of tax, and we expect that. But to be absolutely clear on this, as far as I can see, there is no wrongdoing. Listen, working class people, and Angela is a working class champion, a decent woman. Working class people work hard, they keep their head down, they play fair, and they do what's required of them. But what we don't have are teams of expensive accountants behind us telling us how to move our incomes offshore into the Cayman Islands. We try to do the best that we can, and Angela has always done that. So I've no issue at all with coming on here and saying how much we support Angela, that we don't believe that this is the type of issue that is being made. And there's one reason, and one reason only, why this is blowing up, and it's because the Conservatives know that as a decent working class woman from the estate where she was born and raised, coming into the House of Commons, making the case for investment in her communities, that she's a real risk to them. That's the only reason why we're getting embroiled in this circular debate about what is in the end quite a minor issue as far as I'm concerned.
But it's optics, isn't it? It's what this looks like in an election year. And we've got to remind ourselves, this is a woman that called publicly for Boris Johnson to resign, who's asked for a number of Tory MPs to publish their tax affairs, but she won't publish her own tax advice, legal advice, that she says completely exonerates her. Do you think that she does look like a hypocrite to the electorate?
Not at all. There's a world of difference between saying to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, if you benefited from any offshore arrangements or tax avoidance schemes, you ought to declare them. That's pretty obvious to most working people that the Chancellor should do that, and the Prime Minister as well, and those are the issues that were being raised. On the issue of Boris Johnson, frankly, I am staggered that the two are being put side by side. Boris Johnson, during a global pandemic, when we were all making sacrifices in terms of the loved ones that we didn't see, when people were dying at a mass rate every single day, was busy having parties in Downing Street. The photographic evidence was there. He was banged to rights, witness statements were there, and he rocked up to Parliament to mislead Parliament. The idea that that is anywhere near comparable with the issue that we're talking about with Angela Rayner, frankly, is for the birds.
The issue with this, and I can tell you're getting a bit frustrated by it, and I bet she is too. The problem is, I mean, you'd understand from our perspective, and indeed from the perspective of people who are watching and listening now, is that you can't sort of just let this go. We can't say, well, all right, just get on with it. You know, until we get a clear answer, which now is going to come from the police, it would seem, we've still got to look at it, haven't we? You'd understand that.
No, and listen, you are absolutely right to ask the question, and hopefully you'll know that every time the question has been asked, an answer has been provided by Angela herself repeatedly and by countless front benchers that have come on the airwaves to answer the question. We don't duck questions like this at all, because we do believe that transparency in politics is important in terms of rebuilding trust in politics. But that's exactly why Angela's welcomed the police investigation. How many Tories would welcome a police investigation? The reason why we welcome it is that we do want to draw a line under this and talk about the big issues that are facing the country.
All right, and one of those issues, I know you wanted to raise it today, and sometimes when political parties put out a press release, well, we don't really want to talk about that because it's not very relevant to most people. This is actually, it's about potholes. You're very concerned about potholes, aren't you? And frankly, as are most of us.
Well, for a number of reasons, really. I mean, even if you're not a motorist, you know, we look down the road and it looks tattered, it looks uncared for. It's a symbol of decline in a way that, frankly, after 14 years is quite symbolic. And people don't like the places where they care about, where they're investing themselves and their families, to be treated with that type of disrespect. But if you're a motorist, if you own a van that you've invested in that takes you to work and your vehicle's damaged that you can't get to work, that's a direct hit on your livelihood. If you've worked hard for a car for your family and it's damaged, that's a direct cost to you that you shouldn't have to bear. If you're a motorcyclist or a cyclist, that potentially could be life-threatening if you go over a pothole and it becomes fatal. And so, you know, people have a right to expect that the government would not allow that type of deterioration into the billions of pounds over 14 years. The reason why we are where we are now is because year after year, the Tories have failed to invest in those frontline public services that people pay the taxes for.
But this is about councils, isn't it? And about funding of councils. What would the Labour Party do to fix that? Because we know that's been problematic in recent months.
Yeah, well, I won't go into the complexities of council finance, but at a headline level, councils are doing more and more for less and less. They've got far more social care responsibilities. Of course, people are living longer, which is good news, but they need care in older age that costs money and is very expensive to administer, and that falls on local councils. Child safeguarding is a big issue and a growing issue that councils need to respond to, and the cost to deal with that is increasing all the time, including placements in the private sector. And also the homelessness crisis, just how many people can't get a secure home and are faced with temporary accommodation, and that cost then goes to the local council. So all those competing factors means that the frontline services that people do rely on are being degraded every single year because the government haven't addressed the underlying faults in public services. And in the end, people will find, and you'll see this when you get your council tax bill, that you're paying more and more for less and less, and it's just not on. OK. Jim McMahon, we've got to leave it there, but we appreciate your transparency today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Stephanie Tetchy and Kevin Schofield are here to take us through the papers. It's actually on a lot of the front pages this morning, Kevin. What did you reckon to what the Shadow Minister had to say?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that he was clearly getting frustrated by it, and that is the frustration I think that Labour are experiencing right now. They're in the middle of a local election campaign. They want to be talking about things like potholes and all the other issues that people, affect them about their local authority areas. But the Angela Rayner thing is dominating it. That it won't go away, and that is why we saw this last night, where she changed strategy to say that she will quit if the police find that she's guilty of any wrongdoing. So yeah, I can understand why Labour are desperate to make this story go away, but the way to make it go away is to answer the questions which are remaining outstanding.
Yeah.
Stephanie, what do you make of it?
Well, I just think, you know, everything's up for grabs in terms of, like, who is going to win this election this year, and the Conservatives are going to do their best to, you know, criticise Labour with such scandals, well, apparent scandals like this concerning Angela Rayner, and I think it's, for her, she's very quick to criticise people, so I think it's just, you know, people are now taking their turn and taking their shots at her, but again, there are issues which they should be focused on, and unfortunately they can't focus on that due to things like this.
OK, let's lighten things up a bit as we're entering the last few minutes. Stephanie, Victoria Beckham is about to turn 50.
The big 5-0.
Spice
Posh. Yeah, well, if people think she's going to do Spice Girls reunions, apparently that's not going to be happening. And she's actually going for something more subdued for her celebrations. She's doing 2 parties, but on... Two parties.
Only 2.
But on the actual day, she's just going to have a small, intimate, private dinner, and then a second one that... And then the second one will be a sit-down dinner for 40 people, where apparently they're going to be drinking wine that costs about £3,000. But I think it's been quite good to see the evolution of Victoria Beckham over the years, from a Spice Girl to marrying David Beckham to now owning a successful business. So I think in that sense, Posh has become a bit of a British icon, some may say.
Well, yeah, she has in her own way, hasn't she? Oh, well, all power to her elbow, Kevin.
Absolutely,
She's
yeah.
older than you.
Well, is she? I mean, we're talking months. October. So yeah, all that generation, they're all getting old.
And you're going to have a big party?
Well, my wife wants me to have a big party.
Yeah, good.
But I'm not really a big party
No, you're like
person.
me. No, have something quiet.
Yeah, I don't like being the centre of attention.
Do you rather have a dinner like Posh?
Maybe a nice dinner, maybe not any 3,000 bottles of wine, £3,000 bottles of wine, no. Unless I win the lottery in the next 6 months.
Maybe you should head to Paris and have an English pie.
Well,
cuisine anglaise.
Absolutely. I mean, it's tempting, actually. So the French famously are not big fans of British cuisine. But the man who Jamie Oliver has nicknamed the Pie King, Callum Franklin, has opened a British brasserie in the heart of Paris called Public House. There's a painting, I think it is, of it, and it does look like a bit like a pub, actually, from the outside, serving things like Scotch eggs, braised beef pie, fish and chips, sticky toffee pudding, a little bit posh versions, right enough, to the French, to see whether it will go down well.
That Scotch egg looks really good. If you're listening on the radio, it's very posh-looking Scotch egg. And a sticky toffee pudding as well.
The French are quite proud of their culinary skills, so I don't know how this is going to go down for them, to be honest. They've always been critics of English food, trying to brand our food as greasy, so I think he has got a tough job on his hands.
I thought they'd be queuing up for a Scotch egg.
Even a fancy one. I love a Scotch egg.
Oh, me too. But they do like the pastry, don't they? So maybe you could win them over with a pie.
Maybe with some French ingredients. Maybe he needs to do an amalgamation of both.
Oh, maybe. God. Oh, no, come on, let's keep it sensible. Stephanie, let's have a quick look. We're down to about 40 seconds. Can we have a look at the impact that Queen Bee, Beyoncé, is having on fashion?
Apparently there's been a surge of people wearing double denim thanks to Beyoncé's new rebrand as a cowgirl. So basically Levi have seen that their footfall of customers coming into their shops have increased since she released a song called Levi Jean. So it is the power of Queen Beyoncé.
Isn't it incredible?
Or maybe it's the power of Stephen Dixon.
Yeah.
You were talking about your cowboy boots earlier.
Yeah.
Well, yes,
Do you have cowboy boots?
He does.
Yes,
he's not trying to style them.
Yeah. I don't know how to wear them because I haven't got bootleg jeans in them.
Oh, I'll buy you some.
Oh, you have to have those. Because you don't want them tucked in.
No.
To the
That's
cowboy
what I
bit.
said. You can't have that happening. No. I said go
women
for
can get away with
shorts.
that. Shorts.
Yeah, and he's got some little denim shorts.
Yeah, let's leave it there. You two, it's been a pleasure. Get out.
Thank you.
Here's the weather.
Thank you.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even A few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly blustery and increasingly showery. Some low cloud at first across western parts, and we've got this area of rain moving into northern and western England as well as Wales. And that'll tend to fizzle as we go into the afternoon and as it approaches the Midlands. Meanwhile, Scotland and Northern Ireland will be very unsettled with a gusty wind, areas of rain followed by showers and sunny spells. Some of these showers will be lively. But ahead of all that, East Anglia and the southeast keep the sunny spells and highs of 19 or 20 Celsius. Into the evening, and the showers and longer spells of rain tend to push eastwards, and actually it turns mostly dry once again across England and Wales, eastern Scotland as well. Showers continuing for much of the rest of Scotland as well as Northern Ireland, along with a gusty wind. Where we've got lighter winds elsewhere, it's going to be a chilly night, certainly a cold night compared with the last few nights, with temperatures dipping below 5 Celsius in places. But a bright start to the day on Sunday. We've got plenty of sunshine for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland. Showers from the word go across central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland. And then those showers develop more widely across the rest of Scotland, into northern England, parts of Wales. Stays bright, though, towards the southeast. Here, we'll have highs of 15 Celsius, feeling cooler but pleasant enough.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Variety Cruises have been sailing since 1942, and thanks to them, you could set sail in 2025. You have the chance to win a 7-night small boat cruise for two worth £10,000. With your flights, meals, drinks and excursions included, you can choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. You'll also win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash that you can use to make this summer spectacular. We'll also treat you to these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Offline and overlooked. That's what Age UK say millions of British pensioners are. Why? Because they cannot or won't access the internet. It's leading to digital exclusion. So the charity's campaigning for public services like banks, utilities and even the NHS to maintain a more human approach.
Everything's online. People assume you've got a smartphone with a mobile number and an email, and without that you don't exist in this world anymore. We've got to try and get the government to see that it's so important to make people feel that they belong, because there's a feeling that the older generation just feel that they're forgotten, they're in the way, and we already know that anyway, but it's just another reason for them to feel that they're not wanted. They'll just accept it and they'll say, well, that's it, I can't do it anymore, and that's it, whereas other people would be really kicking and screaming. So we need to be the voice for older people.
Despite digital technology playing an increasing role in our lives, around 1 in 5 over 65s in the UK don't use the internet. Thornycroft Centre in Pontefract, West Yorkshire provides a space for this age group to socialise and get help to go online.
I'm not that good with mobiles, so when you mention anything about online, I ain't a clue what you're talking about.
The closure of thousands of banks is also detrimental to the older generation.
A lot of our members what come, they tend to use cash. They don't like to use bank cards. I think a lot of it's trust or the lack of knowledge. They don't understand how it works. I think they're very vulnerable as well with online. It's really important that they're aware how to use it and how to use it safely.
So, in an online era, it's still crucial for many to have an offline option.
Good morning, 9 o'clock, Saturday the 13th of April. Today, a major incident declared in a shopping centre in Sydney after reports multiple people have been stabbed.
I didn't see him properly, I was running, but it was insane. It was insanity, I wasn't expecting it.
Well, police in Sydney have confirmed that one man has been shot dead by police, multiple other people stabbed, including a 9-month-old baby.
Deputy Labour leader Angela Rayner promises to step down if she is found to have committed a criminal offence, something she denies. Sir Keir Starmer says he is confident that she hasn't broken any rules.
I'm satisfied with the answers that she has given repeatedly now on this. She will cooperate with the investigation as you would expect.
Washington deploys additional military assets to the Middle East over the threat of an Iranian strike that could come in the next 48 hours.
The state of California could make it legal for workers to ignore messages from their bosses after hours. So we're asking this morning, should Britain follow suit?
And an 89-year-old care home resident has made her teenage dreams come true by getting a tattoo. We're asking, can you be too old to get inked?
And it's one of the big sporting calendar days at Aintree today with the famous Grand National. Our reporter Sophie Reaper is there for us.
Preparations are now well underway as we are just hours away from the famous Grand National. We'll have all the latest here at Aintree.
Marked contrasts in our weather across the UK today. Warm and bright for some, blustery and showery for others. I'll have the full details in the forecast coming up shortly.
Morning to you, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
All right, we're starting with breaking news this morning and a major incident declared in a shopping centre in Sydney after reports that multiple people have been stabbed.
Well, GB News' Home and Security editor Mark White joins us now. Very concerning news out of Sydney. Mark, what do we understand has happened?
Well, a critical incident has now been declared by police in Sydney. It's still very much an ongoing incident in that they still don't know that all of the attackers in this incident have been accounted for. They are confirming that one man has been shot dead by police. There are multiple people that have been stabbed, sadly, including a 9-month-old baby. I was listening to some of the reports. An eyewitness spoke to 9 News in Australia as he came out of the Westfield shopping centre in Bondi Junction, saying that he had cared for this baby for a while. The mother and the baby had been stabbed by an attacker. They came towards him. The mother handed the baby. He did his best to stem the bleeding on the baby, he said, until the paramedics arrived. We are hearing of potentially multiple fatalities, but that is not yet confirmed by the police. As you can understand, panic and confusion in this main shopping centre in Bondi Junction. This is what some of those who were caught up in these events told us earlier.
I didn't see him properly, I was running, but it was insane. It was insanity. I wasn't expecting it.
Some guy running around stabbing people seems pretty random, probably a terrorist attack.
We saw all these people running towards us and then we heard a shot.
And as I say, that search of the Westfield shopping centre still very much underway. What the police have to do with these armed units is go effectively shop by shop, because there will be people hiding in place in these shops, very worried that this incident might not be over. So they've got to search this building of multiple shops, shop by shop, to try to ensure that they have accounted for all those involved in the attacks. There are some CCTV images that have been posted on social media purporting to show the alleged attacker. He looked to be a man possibly in his 30s to 40s, with a beard, swarthy complexion, wearing a football shirt and a pair of shorts, and very clearly on the CCTV image carrying a large knife.
What do we know, Mark, about the sort of terror threat, security threat level that Australia was operating under?
Well, Australia operates a 5-level terror threat assessment, just like the UK. They have different terminology for the threat levels. And where we are at the moment, certain is the very top run of the ladder, which effectively means that a terrorist attack is underway or imminent. We are at the second lowest position, actually, in Australia at the moment, at the possible level, meaning that there are elements in Australia that would be willing to carry out an attack, and it is possible that might happen, but not necessarily very likely. And that is one rung below where we are in the UK. In our terror threat level, we are currently at substantial, meaning that a terror threat, a terror attack is likely. Now, it may be that in the coming hours that terrorist threat is reassessed if they have established a terrorist motive to this particular attack. We're not getting reports out suggesting that this individual was shouting out. We often hear, especially in these multiple knife attacks, that quite often the perpetrator shouts slogans like Allahu Akbar and the like. There have been no reports that I've seen so far suggesting that. It doesn't mean that that didn't happen, but in the fullness of time, clearly the police in Australia will give us an indication of just exactly what the motivation for this attack was. But absolutely horrific. As I say, multiple people stabbed. There's again video that's on social media, quite disturbing in nature, showing people in the shopping centre bent down over people lying on the ground giving CPR. Now, when people are clearly giving CPR, those individuals are not in a good place at all. And as I say, although it's not been confirmed by the police, there are reports of multiple fatalities.
What about the impact over here, Mark? Because it's half a world away. Obviously, the problem is, as you well know, that whether this was an organised, coordinated terror attack or simply a lone wolf or even someone who wasn't well, we just don't know at this stage. But these sort of incidents do tragically inspire others, don't they?
They absolutely do. We live in very worrying times at the moment because of the fact that we are seeing a resurgence in the way in which the terror group ISIS, ISIL, Daesh, whatever you want to call them, that emanated, of course, out of Iraq and Syria, was largely degraded by coalition forces a few years back, but has been regrouping both in Syria and Iraq and further afield, and particularly in Afghanistan. ISIS-K, the Khorasan group, is at the moment thought to be behind the terrorist attack at that theatre and shopping centre in Moscow last month, is also believed to have been behind threats to target Champions League quarter-final games that took place in Spain, France and the UK just during the week, in which there was clearly a lot of concern about what might happen there. And factor into that the ongoing conflict in Gaza, which the police and security services in many countries have said could well be a trigger for extremists willing to enact that extremism in a violent way. So security services and police right around the country and right around the world are on high alert at the moment for the potential of terrorist activity and terrorist attacks. As I say, we've got to always caveat this with the fact that there is no indication yet as to what the motivation for these attacks in Sydney, in the Bondi Junction area of Sydney, were. But clearly very worrying for people in New South Wales at the moment as they watch these scenes, and a very active scene in Sydney with that area sealed off as those specialist firearms officers continue their job of trying to ensure that everyone that's injured clearly has been accounted for, but also that they make sure that whoever was responsible for this attack, if it was a lone individual, that's the only person. If there are others involved, that's clearly what they're hunting for at the moment.
OK. Mark, for now, thank you. And Mark's going to keep us up to date on that throughout the course of the day here on GB News.
Now, Angela Rayner says she'll step down if it's determined that she committed a criminal offence over her tax affairs. It's all over the sale of her council house in Stockport a decade ago. And questions have been asked about whether she paid the right amount of tax and if it was her main home at the time.
Well, in a statement, she said the questions raised relate to a time before she was an MP and she's taken expert tax and legal advice. Sir Keir Starmer says Labour welcomes the investigation.
We welcome this investigation because it will allow a line to be drawn in relation to this matter. I am fully confident that Angela Rayner has not broken the rules. She will cooperate with the investigation as you would expect, and it's really a matter for the police.
The thoughts now of former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. This is a real headache for the Labour Party, isn't it, Charlie? It's not going anywhere.
You're absolutely right, and questions will continue to be asked of Angela Rayner, of the way in which it's been handled by the leadership of the Labour Party. Sir Keir Starmer there saying he has a confidence in Angela Rayner, but has not been prepared to look at the advice himself, has allowed this story to run and run, which has been a huge distraction for them, I would have thought, in the run-up to the local elections.
Why do you think, forgive me, but why do you think he hasn't looked at the advice? I mean, he's someone who would understand that advice better than most of us.
Exactly, and that's the question, because you would have thought if he'd found something within that legal advice, or that tax advice that Angela Rayner says that she's received, and if he'd come to a different conclusion to her, then it would have been perfectly within his right to say, well, hold on, actually, Angela, I think there might be a problem here, and you now need to front it and own the story and say that it was a difference of opinion, but you are now paying back some money if you need to pay that capital gains tax back, or whether you had committed any other offence, just apologise and the story can move on. But the fact that that hasn't happened, I think, shows that he probably doesn't want to get involved, probably just in case there is something not right, and he's therefore able to distance himself to say, well, I never looked at the advice, I trusted Angela in full faith, and if there is something obviously wrong, he's now decided, or he'll take further action should it be needed.
Well, on that point, very interesting that he said he's confident in the answers that Angela Rayner has given me. He's allowing himself that wiggle room there, isn't he, with that?
He is, but he, which is interesting because you would have thought, you know, the comparisons have been made, or Angela Rayner's tried to make the comparisons between that with her issue and the issue of Nadine Zahawi. If you remember, he was Chancellor at the time and he had some HMR issues himself. Now, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, was criticised for the length of time it might have taken to come to a conclusion that Nadine Zahawi couldn't remain in post. But the difference is, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, said, I've asked for a report, that report will land on my desk, I will look at it and I will make the decision. And he ultimately did. Now, the criticism of the length of time that took is one thing, but he actually took that decision himself. He took it upon himself to show leadership and to make sure that he was bringing integrity to the government. Sir Keir Starmer has just nothing to do with the Angela Rayner case, and I think he would have looked even stronger as a leader to be able to say, yes, I'm looking into it, and if I find that there is anything wrong, contrary to what Angela Rayner said, then obviously he would take the appropriate action, and that could be asking her to step down, something that she's already said that she would do today.
Yeah, well, now, the fact that she's said that, you could look at that and go, well, she's clearly very confident she's going to be all right in all of this. She may be very frustrated that she's done nothing wrong. It's all been cleared by the legal and tax experts. And so, do they have a point in saying, which they have done, well, this is mudslinging by the Tories in the run-up to very important local and then general elections?
I don't think so, no, because it's about integrity. It's about integrity and it's about hypocrisy. You know, Angela has been the very first, I think, Labour politician to, out of the traps, to ask for others to resign should there be any kind of suggestion of wrongdoing, not even conclusive wrongdoing, but just the suggestion. She's the first to call for ministers to resign. So you'd expect that to be something that's labelled against her now that she's in the limelight herself. But the reality is, you know, the police are looking into it. You know, Stockport Council, where she was a former employee, this is where the case all started, are looking into it themselves. The fact that the police dropped the case and now picking it up again shows perhaps that they didn't do a thorough job in the first place. And there is no political pressure put on the police. The police are independent and they are deciding to pick this up again.
Is that true? Because the police said there was nothing to investigate and then it was after political pressure from a Tory that they've reopened it?
Well, I mean, if you're the victim of a burglary and the police turn up and say, oh, I'm sorry, we can't do anything about it, you're perfectly entitled to write to the police and say, oh, hang on, actually, my neighbour next door, my neighbour opposite has got a Ringo doorbell or something. There is evidence. Could you please follow up? And the police are then able to look at it again if they choose to. In this particular case, the police perhaps didn't do as thorough a job as they might have wanted to have done, because obviously a letter from, you're right, the Conservative MP, James Daly for Berry, wrote to the police to say that I think they need to look into it again, and the police have obviously concluded internally that there might be a case to answer because they didn't ask the right questions in the first place, perhaps of neighbours, perhaps of other people that would know Angela well, and that's why they've decided to reopen the investigation.
OK. Charlie Rowley, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Angela Rayner has given us this statement. She says, I've repeatedly said I would welcome the chance to sit down with the appropriate authorities, including the police and HMRC, to set out the facts and draw a line under this matter. I'm completely confident I've followed the rules at all times. I've always said that integrity and accountability are important in politics. That's why it's important that this is urgently looked at independently and without political interference.
OK, we'll keep a close eye on that. In the meantime, let's tell you about the biggest giveaway of the year so far. You could win £10,000 in cash, luxury travel items and a Greek cruise next year worth 10 grand.
Yeah, it's worth £20,000.
Oh, well done.
And it could be yours. Here's how you can win.
Variety Cruises have been sailing since 1942, and thanks to them, you could set sail in 2025. You have the chance to win a 7-night small boat cruise for two worth £10,000. With your flights, meals, drinks and excursions included, you can choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. You'll also win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash that you can use to make this summer spectacular. We'll also treat you to these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text WIN to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
That's Charlie wandering off. I mean,
he's off to the gym, he was telling us.
Enjoy the gym. At home in here.
Enjoy the workout.
Bye-bye. Get out.
Bye.
Let's have a look at the weather for you with Aidan.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even a few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly blustery and increasingly showery. Some low cloud at first across western parts, and we've got this area of rain moving into northern and western England as well as Wales. And that'll tend to fizzle as we go into the afternoon and as it approaches the Midlands. Meanwhile, Scotland and Northern Ireland will be very unsettled with a gusty wind. Areas of rain followed by showers and sunny spells. Some of these showers will be lively. But ahead of all that, East Anglia and the southeast keep the sunny spells and highs of 19 or 20 Celsius. Into the evening, and the showers and longer spells of rain tend to push eastwards, and actually it turns mostly dry once again across England and Wales, eastern Scotland as well. Showers continuing for much of the rest of Scotland as well as Northern Ireland, along with a gusty wind. Where we've got lighter winds elsewhere, it's going to be a chilly night, certainly a cold night compared with the last few nights, with temperatures dipping below 5 Celsius in places. But a bright start to the day on Sunday. We've got plenty of sunshine for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland. Showers from the word go across central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland. And then those showers develop more widely across the rest of Scotland, into northern England, parts of Wales. Stays bright, though, towards the southeast. Here, we'll have highs of 15 Celsius, feeling cooler but pleasant enough.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We're going to be live in Aintree in just a moment because it's the Grand National. Details in just a sec.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQs live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQs live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
I'm Martin Daubney. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
SUV drivers in Oxford will face higher parking charges. Proposals tabled by the local Green Party or passed by the City Council. The motion argues that heavier cars like SUVs cause more damage to roads, are more likely to seriously injure or kill pedestrians, and cause more illnesses due to pollution. However, the Alliance of British Drivers has condemned the plan as absolutely outrageous. Well, let's get the thoughts now of the legendary motoring journalist, Quentin Wilson. Quentin, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure. We hear a lot about the war on motorists, this time targeting SUVs because of their weight, and the charges could be astronomical. This idea first started in Paris. Now it's coming to Oxford. Can you tell us a bit about how it would work?
OK, so the idea is that the charges will penalise people who drive heavier SUVs, and I guess by implication electric cars, although Oxford Council haven't said exactly what they're going to do with EVs. But this is all based around this notion of SUVs being heavier than passenger cars, therefore wearing out the roads more. Now, there was a study, I've got it here in front of me, from the University of Edinburgh in 2022 that said real-world tests found that overwhelmingly the wear is caused by large vehicles, buses, heavy good vehicles. Road wear from cars and motorcycles is so low that this is immaterial. Now, obviously, driving around a medieval city like Oxford in an SUV isn't the brightest thing in the world to do. But the idea that we should penalise the owners of these cars based on imperfect science that's been read on social media, I think is completely wrong.
Welcome back to breakfast. Today is the big race at Aintree, the Grand National at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
All right, so who better to send there than our most glamorous of North West of England reporters, Sophie Reaper, and boy, does she scrub up well. Morning, Sophie.
Very good morning. Thank you very much for that, Stephen. That's just the ego boost I needed this morning. We're here at Aintree. Joining me now is the CEO of the Jockey Club, Nevin Truesdale. He's going to talk to us about today's events. We're getting close to the Grand National. It's nearly time. Obviously, as the CEO of the Jockey Club, you can't be too biased, but is there something special about Aintree and the Grand National?
Sophie, good morning. This is an incredibly special place, and this race, I guess, it's an iconic race. It's actually, I think it's one of the biggest and best sporting events in this country. Never mind racing, it's got the magic of the FA Cup, the prestige of Wimbledon, the thrill of the British Grand Prix, all rolled into one. And it's something the nation really stops for. Des Lynam used to say when he was presenting it years and years ago, it's the day the nation goes racing. And the sense of excitement here as it builds this morning and the sight comes to life is palpable. And it's one of the big jumps races, so the jockeys, owners, trainers all want to win. And immortality awaits certainly Korak Rambler if he can win 2 years in a row and become only the second horse to win back-to-back since Red Rum. So really looking forward to it. Fantastic day for Aintree, brilliant day for Liverpool as a city as well.
It's obviously a historic event. Is it 1839 it first started?
Yeah, that's right. I think this is 176th running, and obviously it's evolved, it's changed a lot in that period. But it's always been one of the iconic sporting events, and I think as guardians of the event, we've always wanted to evolve it, to change it, to make sure that it that it moves with the times, and but also that it retains its sense of uniqueness as well. And it is a unique race, even by racing standards. There aren't many races that go over these big fences, and our job has always been to evolve it, to change it. This year we've reduced the field size from 40 to 34. That makes it safer, less scope for the horses to bump each other, especially on the first circuit. We've changed the position of the first fence, so they're accelerating that into that slower 60 yards closer to the start. And also we've changed the start time, so that's less time for the ground to dry out if it happens to be a warm day. I'm not sure it is going to be a warm day here today, but if it is a warm day, it means that there's less time for the ground to dry out. Again, the ground's softer, the horses are going slower. It's all about evolving the race to make it safer based on detailed data analysis of what happens from year to year.
Well, it's rarely ever a warm day in Liverpool, is it? So I think we may be able to cross that off. You mentioned those changes. Obviously, last year we saw the protests by Animal Rising. Do any of those changes are they anything to do with those protests? No, I mean, ultimately, as I said earlier, it's our job to evolve the race over time as we see fit, and that's done on a 5-10 year cycle. It's not done in reaction to anything that happened last year. The protests that happened last year broke the law. People are absolutely entitled to their view on whether horse racing is a safe sport or not. We believe it is a very safe sport, safer than it's ever been, and probably a sport that looks after its superstar athletes better than any other sport. These horses get 5-star treatment on and off the track. The 99.82% of horses that go out to race come back perfectly safe and sound. And what happened last year was regrettable. What happened last year was certainly something we don't want to see repeated, but we're ready for anything that might happen, and we will respond on the day accordingly. Finally, obviously, yesterday was Ladies' Day. I saw 45,000 people came down to Aintree. What should we be expecting today?
Plenty of excitement on and off the track today. We've got the fashion, we've got the style awards, we've got the Red Rum Garden. Plenty to do in between the races, plenty to keep people amused. But also on the track, some fantastic racing. It looks brilliantly set up, very open, Grand National, but we've got 6 other brilliant races as well. So plenty to enjoy, and we're really looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Less than 7 hours to go now till the Grand National. We'll be bringing you all the latest at, hopefully, a dry Aintree.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed it stays dry for you, Sophie. Thank you very much indeed.
I'd love to see our ladies at the races.
Oh, yeah.
They always make a real effort.
Yeah,
and it just looks brilliant. Whereas the fellas just chuck a jacket on, don't they?
I know, but you can't really do the same thing, can you?
No, it's not quite the same. It's nice to see.
Yeah, I love the races and getting all glammed up. And doesn't she look wonderful today in blue?
She does.
Does our Sophie Reaper?
Very nice too, and it's nice to have something to look forward to. I know a lot of you have been in touch saying, it's not anything to look forward to because of the problems with the horses. I mean, that was addressed by Sophie and her guest just then. Whether you agree with that or not, of course, is another matter, but most people look forward to it.
Yeah,
anyway,
they do.
We've got more on that coming up throughout the day, but of course we're going to be back with more on the breaking news, that dreadful news out of Sydney, an attack in a shopping centre. It's believed 4 people have died, a baby injured, the attacker, we think, shot dead, but there's a lot more to uncover. We'll talk to our security editor in just a moment.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Children's stories like Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland now come with a trigger warning at universities, alerting readers to possible themes of white supremacy.
Yes,
quote,
these
unquote.
warnings are being applied to colonial narratives. That's the claim, commonly found in adventure stories and famous novels from the Victorian era. Well, joining us now is the actor Charlie Lawson. And Charlie, these warnings have been applied to Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland. What's this university getting at?
Well, look, first of all, this is nothing new. We hadn't heard about it for a while. Universities have been doing this over the last couple of years. I remember having a chat with one of your colleagues. But when Gabriella, the lovely Gabby, phoned me up today, I had to beg her to put me on after 9 o'clock because I found myself getting rather irate about the whole thing, but I will do my best to be very polite.
Yes, keep it clean.
Yes, look, which is quite difficult for me, as you'll appreciate, over this subject. Look, this is universities just jumping on the same trying to be relevant bandwagon. Is it any wonder that we look at the quality of graduates from university, and in my humble opinion, some of them are slightly disappointing. But I did phone a couple of people I knew who had sons and daughters at various leading universities, and they had been speaking this morning, and thank the Lord, they think it's a complete load of bloody nonsense, as I do. Give the C.S. Lewis Centre a ring in East Belfast, because that's where your man came from, and I think you'll find you'll get short shrift, because we're not all about that in East Belfast. We don't censor anything.
I'm Patrick Christys. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me. My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christys tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Right, the breaking news this morning is that attack in Sydney, where we now believe 5 people have died. An attack, it's reported by a man with a knife, and it's believed that someone has died. A potential possible attacker has died as a result as well in all of this, but the details still a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, a major incident has been declared in that shopping centre in Sydney. Reports multiple people have been stabbed, at least 5 people now believed to have been killed. Let's hear now from Assistant Commissioner Anthony Cook from New South Wales Police.
3:10 this afternoon, a male walked into Westfield at Bondi Junction. He left the centre very shortly after and returned about 3:20. As he moved through the centre, he engaged with about 9 people. It is clear that during that engagement he caused harm to those people, we believe, by stabbing them with a weapon he was carrying. Very clearly, a range of reports were made of the incident. Police attended promptly. A single unit officer, Inspector of Police, was nearby, attended, went into the centre directed by a range of people. She confronted the offender, who had moved by this stage to level 5. As she continued to walk quickly behind him to catch up with him, he turned, faced her, raised a knife. She discharged a firearm, and that person is now deceased. I'm advised that there are 5 victims who are now deceased as a result of the actions of this offender. There are more than several other people who have been conveyed to hospital. A number of those are in serious and or critical conditions at this stage, and I do not have further information in relation to descriptions of those people. I know one of them is a small child. As is the case in these incidents, a critical incident has been declared, and investigations in relation to the matter have commenced and are continuing, both at the scene and a number of hospitals in the nearby area. From preliminary inquiries, it would appear that this person has acted alone. I am content that there is no continuing threat. Police, as I've said, have commenced investigations into the matter, which will continue through the evening. As I have said, I do not have details of victims who have been killed by this individual, nor those who have been conveyed to hospital for treatment. So I cannot provide you further information in relation to them, only to say that very clearly our hearts go out to all of them, as they do to anyone touched by this terrible incident this afternoon. I do not have information in relation to the offender. I do not know at this stage who he is. You would understand this is quite raw. Inquiries are very new, and we are continuing to make attempts to identify the offender in this matter. That is it for the moment in terms of information that I have for you. Brent from New South Wales Ambulance.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening, everyone. Shortly after 3 o'clock today, New South Wales Ambulance received multiple 000 calls for persons stabbed within Westfield Bondi Junction. We've responded a total of 40 resources to the scene who remain on scene still. That included a total of 4 medical teams. New South Wales Ambulance assessed and transported 8 patients to various facilities, hospital facilities across Sydney, and assessed a total of 6 patients who have been deemed deceased on scene. Thank you.
Questions? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. There's nothing that we are aware of at the scene that would indicate any motive or any ideology.
So are you ruling out terrorism at this stage?
We're not ruling anything out.
You said he went into the centre, went away and came back.
Yes.
What went on there? Do you know where he went?
We do not know. What I do know is that he did enter the centre at 3 o'clock. He left for a short period, returned at 3:20.
And what is that weapon when it's a knife?
A knife of some description. I don't have those particulars.
What's the period of time between when these attacks were first reported and when the situation was brought up?
This all happened very, very quickly. The officer was in the near vicinity, attended on her own, was guided to the location of the offender by people who were in the centre, and she took the actions that she did, saving a range of people's lives.
Did I hear you correctly before you said she was an inspector?
An inspector, that's right.
A very senior police officer.
A senior police officer.
And how is she now? Alone?
She was on her own.
And how long between when she arrived on scene until she had that?
She engaged immediately on her arrival to the scene.
Was your statement shouting anything, or was there any thoughts of what he might have shouted?
I don't have any indication of any motivation coming from the scene at all. You must appreciate things are very, very raw at this stage, and we are in the very early stages of investigations.
Tony, we know there's one baby that has been stabbed. Of the 5 dead or the others injured, do you know if the remainder are adults or are there any other children?
I don't have that detail at the moment, I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen anything like this in your career?
This is a really difficult circumstance. No.
It's a very big crime scene here. What's the police investigation going to be like over the next couple of days?
Lengthy and precise.
There were reports of people still hiding in stores. What's the process now in terms of checking?
We are working through the crime scene to retain control, and you would understand that, first and foremost, this is about dealing with this terrible situation, making sure that all people are safe, and then working through and returning to normalcy.
How do you know that he was in the centre and came back? Was that from CCTV or did he interact with someone?
No, from monitoring of CCTV. Ladies and gents, I'm sorry, it's really difficult at this very early stage to give more information. I'll be briefing our executive shortly, and I understand that there will be further briefings later.
A number of witnesses jumped in and tried to assist some of the victims. What do you have to say to some of those people who tried to help?
I'm not sure of the detail, but there are obviously people who become very brave in circumstances.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is Assistant Commissioner Anthony Cook from New South Wales Police updating the press after that shopping centre stabbing in Sydney, where it's believed 5 people have now been killed.
Well, let's talk to our security editor, Mark White, who joins us now. I mean, one thing that... I mean, obviously, they're scant on detail, not surprising, Mark, but it does seem like this was a lone wolf attacker.
Yes, I think that's one of the most significant elements to come out is the fact that this person appears to have acted alone, so there is currently no wider threat in this incident, which is, from the policing point of view, clearly good, and from the members of the public caught up in this as well. It means effectively we've gone from quick time reaction in which the police and emergency services are arriving, dealing with casualties, looking for possible attackers, to now entering that more sort of protracted, slow time investigation into exactly what happened and who this individual was. And you heard from Assistant Commissioner Cook there that as yet they have not, they say, established an identity. They have not yet established a motive. They say there was nothing at the scene that they've recovered that indicates a motivation. However, he is not, he said, at all ruling out terrorism as a potential motive for this attack. It was a scene of absolute chaos, as you would imagine, when this individual entered that shopping mall, according to the Assistant Commissioner, about 3:20 in the afternoon, and began stabbing multiple people. This is what some of the eyewitnesses told us about what they saw.
I didn't see him properly, I was running. But it was insane. It was insanity. I wasn't expecting it.
Some guy running around stabbing people. Seems pretty random. Probably a terrorist attack.
We saw all these people running towards us, and then we heard a shot.
So what the Assistant Commissioner said was really a confirmation of just how concerned and significant this incident was in terms of the number of people caught up and indeed dead. We'd heard initially about 4, but of course he's now confirming 5 people have died. Other people, multiple individuals, he said, in hospital with serious or critical injuries, including a child. We'd heard a 9-month-old baby who's being treated for stab injuries. Just utterly shocking.
On this, I'll tell you what is clear, Mark, from social media and some of the stuff that's been posted on there. There have been some real acts of bravery. I've seen pictures of one man holding the attacker back on an escalator using a sort of like a long piece of metal and holding him back. I mean, stuff like that in the midst of this sort of incident, stuff like that is quite remarkable.
Yeah, and although it's very dangerous for anybody to intervene in such situations, there will always be those brave individuals who are willing to put their own life on the line to save others. We saw it with the London Bridge attacks when multiple attackers were on the loose there with members of the public and police officers confronting those individuals with knives. And again, as you say, absolutely remarkable footage there on that escalator of the man who's picked up that object and is just using that to try and fight the attacker back on the stairs. And also images that show this inspector, this lone police woman, a senior officer who was on patrol and was the first to arrive on scene. She went up to the 5th level of the shopping centre, caught up with the attacker. When he turned round, he raised his knife, came towards her, she opened fire. And again, there are CCTV images of her leaning over this lifeless body of the alleged attacker at that point. So clearly, very brave actions of a single officer to push forward as they do in such situations. They know times have changed where you try to negotiate with an attacker and talk them down. The modus operandi of terrorist attacks that we've seen in the past is to cause as much harm as possible, to kill and injure as many people as possible. So the police will push forward and try to deal with an individual as soon as they can to stop that person causing any more harm. And this is what this police inspector appears to have done here. Incredibly brave actions of this lone officer.
Yeah, incredible acts of bravery. Mark White, do stay with us. We're going to go to a short break and then we'll be back with you for more developments on this breaking story.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Dubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio, and online.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Let's see what you've been saying at home. You're very vexed about these China cyber attacks. Colin says, what the hell is our Secret Service doing? They've only just realised what China's up to. You just couldn't make it up.
We could have told you.
We knew. We're not surprised. So Colin, we agree with you. Quite why it's taken GCHQ or MI6 or whoever it is, MI5. It would be MI5 to know what's going on.
And Rod has said, thank you, Rod, if you know how you vote, if they know how you vote, coupled with mass data held also on you, do you not believe they can influence your decision-making process in any way? They won't know.
I'm not sure they know how you vote because that's
not on record anyway, is it?
It is not.
And Ken says these are only able to be carried out because of computers, internet, mobile phones, etc. It seems to me that these inventions are ruining our lives, and therefore we were much safer and much happier without these inventions. There is a school of thought that would agree with that, Ken, very much so.
I sort of often think it myself, really.
Me too.
The dark web. I mean, how many people have been murdered because of the dark web?
You do wonder as well.
Brianna Jai.
Yeah, you do wonder. I look at my kids' generation and I wonder whether they will grow up and have a complete rejection of all of this, and they will just say enough, because they will think we were all insane for having become so addicted to our phones. I wonder whether, as a generation after generation do, they will reject it. Wayne, blame Western governments for the rise of China. People were saying this 10 years ago and every country ignored it. That is a really good point, Wayne, because we've taken Chinese investment, and obviously our houses are full of items we've bought from made in China.
And if you remember as well, we had to get them out of the 5G. Huawei.
We did.
Get them out, literally extricate them
Yeah,
from
that was at least one thing I think they did quite well.
Yeah.
And Jan says if they've seen the electoral roll, what else have they been looking at? That's the threat to our democracy. They never do things by halves. I'm much more worried about my own government looking at what I do online, to be fair.
The point is, though, go back, we said before, the electoral roll is a public document which you can access if you go to your library.
So the breaking news this morning is that critical incident in Sydney at the Westfield Bondi Junction shopping centre, where there has been a knife attack and a number of fatalities. Let's talk to our security editor, Mark White. Give us a full recap, Mark, of what we know at this stage.
Well, we heard in the press briefing a fairly lengthy and detailed press briefing, considering this incident really unfolded not that long ago. Assistant Commissioner Cook from New South Wales Police telling us that this attacker entered this Westfield shopping centre at Bondi Junction in Sydney mid-afternoon, around about 3 o'clock. He left, he came back in, according to the Assistant Commissioner, about 20 past 3 in the afternoon, and began, according to the Assistant Commissioner, to engage with a number of people. What he means is to stab multiple people. Now, the Assistant Commissioner said 9 people, it appears, were stabbed. He has confirmed, sadly, our worst fears, that 5 people have been killed by this knife attacker, multiple other people in hospital, some in critical condition, some in serious condition. So if 9 people have been stabbed, then you've got 4 people potentially in hospital, but these numbers often do change. We're still early on in the aftermath of this particular incident. The Assistant Commissioner confirmed that the first officer on scene was a police inspector, a female officer on her own, who ran in to the Westfield shopping centre, tried to get a handle on where this attacker was and managed to catch up with him on the 5th level of the Westfield shopping centre. At that point, the man turned round, raised the knife, and the officer opened fire. There are some images on social media as well of this officer in the immediate aftermath of this, bent over the lifeless body of the alleged attacker. And there's more. I mean, there's an awful lot of video that's coming out on social media, a lot of it just too graphic to show you, sadly. But the individual officer here, the inspector, is seen on this video clearly just moments after the attack, having neutralised the attacker, giving CPR to one of the victims. So an incredibly brave officer doing what police officers are trained to do, which is to push forward and try to deal with the threat and ensure that no other people are killed or injured. And multiple other people, not just this police officer, showing acts of bravery, heading in and dealing with casualties, trying to stem the blood flow. We heard from one man who was interviewed on 9 News in Australia, who said that he had been handed this 9-month-old baby by the mother of the child who had been stabbed. The baby had been stabbed. He tried to stem the blood flow until paramedics arrived at the scene, and according to the Assistant Commissioner, it seems that that child is one of those seriously or critically injured in hospital at this hour. And the other important information to come out of that briefing from the Assistant Commissioner was with regard to the attacker. They say they have not yet established a motive. If they have identified him, they've not revealed any details on the identity of this man as yet. But the Assistant Commissioner was asked if he has ruled out terrorism as a potential motive. He said absolutely have not ruled anything out as a motive for this attack, although as yet they have found nothing at the scene that gives an indication as to the motive for the attack.
I mean, as you were just describing there, Mark, we have seen in all of this the best of humanity at the worst of times. We've also seen really panicked videos on social media of the moments where obviously shoppers out with their friends and their families found out that there was an attack happening in that shopping mall. This is a Saturday afternoon in Sydney, wasn't it? I mean, this wasn't what anybody was expecting.
No, of course not. And this is sadly where we are in the modern world, where attackers that want to cause maximum harm to people choose these crowded places. Crowded places are always a potential risk. But of course, everybody wants to go about their normal everyday life. And the chances, we have to say, of being caught up in an attack are low. But it's still, when you see incidents like this unfold, it brings it home to absolutely everyone. Many people, as their daily or weekend routine, are out with their children in shopping centres. And we saw, again, some of the video that's come out that media have managed to get a hold of from some of the shops in the Westfield shopping centre, showing this alleged attacker running around with a knife and people scattering all around. And among the people, lots of children out with their families on a Saturday afternoon in Sydney. And so no surprise that families and young people should be caught up in this in a popular shopping centre like the Westfield Centre in Bondi, on Bondi Junction. But as I say, with regard to other individuals who showed bravery, we saw the most amazing footage of a man standing at the top of an escalator. The escalator had been stopped, possibly by the man with the emergency stop. He got hold of one of these bollards that they use at the top of the stairs when they close them off, and they put the tape across the top of the stairs, using that just to try to push the attacker back. And from the short clip of video that we see, he certainly managed for a while to stop that attacker from going further up the escalator. So incredibly brave, but obviously, you know, also very dangerous, taking on someone who is armed with a knife. This police officer clearly was armed with a firearm and able to deal with that threat. But when all you've got is some kind of bollard then, you know, it's very, very dangerous, but incredibly brave.
OK. Mark, thank you very much indeed. Mark's going to be keeping us abreast of things throughout the course of the morning here on GB News. But just to recap, that critical incident in Sydney, an attacker and 5 people, it's believed to have been dead, an unknown number being treated in hospital. Dreadful situation in Australia.
Yeah, and there'll be more on that developing news on Saturday Morning Live, which is next.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar. Sponsors of
Stephen,
weather
glad you were here.
on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office. There'll be some fine weather in the south and the east today, with even a few warm, sunny spells elsewhere. It's going to be increasingly